Good morning, good morning. All right, I'm asking, is my mic on YouTube okay? Before the day's over, how are we sounded on YouTube? Hell yeah. All right. You guys were killing me on Friday. Or was it Thursday? End of day, like, yo, your mic sounds like ass. Like, oh, thanks. Yeah, right. Yeah, I've got my VTuber persona ready to go. Wow, that took an hour to load on Tradeify. That's insane. What is going on with that, man? That is crazy. Some pretty clear absorption into 96 to 94 here on ES so far. I'm watching to see if Russell can build or if they're going to take in size here at 33s and fail to rotate us back down. There's a pretty aggressive seller taking in size
Antonio,
above
time,
900s on
Eurozone
NQ.
Consumer confidence flash forecast minus 18, prior minus 19.
This guy's taking in like massive size up here.
Lagarde says have seen some de-anchoring of inflation expectations.
Again, just massive size being taken in into 900s so far. See if we can flip it or if they'll continue to absorb here. Good bounce off our 30-second opening range on NQ, but we have to show interest over this 900, 920. Same thing with this 33 on Russell where they're taking in size. We want to flip this guy. See what they do on retest here.
ECB's President Lagarde says euro area economy between ECB baseline and milder scenario.
God, so sore. Jesus. Offer holding that 900, rotating back down to our 30-second opening range here. No change. Coming back down to our mid. I think ES probably comes down to like 81 would be my guess. Yeah, man, it's getting bad. Mine took about 10 minutes to load as well. I think ES comes to 81. RTY diverging, pushing up. Just do that Control R. They'll reload. Just keep doing that. We have a really important reoffer here where we watch to see if sell side sits at a lower high here into 90 for one more leg down, or if we flip on ES and NQ. Same thing here at our 87 and 95 on NQ. Does this hold a lower high, or do we push above this offer and step up? Same thing with this 920 on NQ. Russell leading to the upside. Need to see if we can step over here or if this is going to continue to be the same absorption. We need to flip this and show that there's an active bid stepping up. I refuse to touch NQ until we flip this. It's not worth it. They're taking in so much here. We need to get over this. We can see where they're trying to build here. All right, buy side POC sits here on this candle. Previous candle POC sits here into this 20 high. So we want to see price be able to either immediately bid and hold above this 20 or touch into this POC here at 20, come back down to this edge, and then look above. At any point, if price comes up, fails to establish above, and then closes below like this, it's a short. If we can start to sustain anywhere between this 95 to 20 and look for a supportive bid here, we can go up. But if this fails to sustain above, all we're going to do is trap here. And then if we close below that POC at below 880, we will go down, trapping all of this liquidity here. So again, this is a really important look. And we want to show a clear interest above the value of our previous candle.
Pakistan's
Here.
government says Iran president to visit Pakistan on June 23rd.
So let's see what we can establish here. This is incredibly important to establish above this edge. Russell continuing to try and lead. Let's see if ES can get above as well. It's the same thing on ES. We want to see a very clear establish above this box here and then continuation higher. Failure to do this will result in a push below and then a retest of that and then a push down. Let's see if they can do it.
10
New
seconds.
15's open right now. Good hold so far.
Pakistan government says Iran's president gives chance to discuss ongoing diplomatic engagements following Iran-US peace deal.
Watching our bid at this 900. So we step in. We want to see this push, see a pretty reactive bid here at our 900, 915, and then step back above 930 if the bid's going to be able to hold and trap these guys here. Incredibly important. Or again, we will have trapped, and then we will look for that reoffer, and then that rotation below. It is incredibly important that we establish ourselves here on both ES and on NQ.
Eurozone consumer confidence flash of minus 17.7, minus 17.7, high in the forecast of minus 18.
We're waiting on Russell to fund a low. NQ holding where it needs to so far. That offer at 33 on Russell is trying again. Need to get back above that. Little bounce so far, but if they hold this again, you can see that offer on Dom at 33.34 on RTY. Need to pop this. They're taking in so much size here on ES. Insane. Gotta get over 96. Just waiting on Russell. NQ still looks fine. Still holding where we need, no problem.
We have tested out the
ES,
Eurozone
got it. It
consumer
has to get
confidence
over
flash report
96.
for June on the feed for it to read through.
We were looking for that bid to step above. Still very two-sided on ES with Russell weakness. I think Russell could potentially have one more leg down if we can't get over 33s back down to 22. We're watching for a reactive bid here. Needs to be able to get a pretty solid bounce because if we can't get over this participant here, again, we'll probably have one more leg down into like this low. So really important to see that step up. We should get a pretty reactive bid on NQ over 54 with the amount of participants that are here. If we can get above, there's so much absorption into this high. Still very two-sided. Again, Russell's just not moving with us right now, so we're really dependent on someone getting trapped. We've got a little bit of size trapped down at 910 on NQ. If we get below 910 and they offer that, it's GG's for this this hold. I think they'll try to really punish. Right now, we've got a two-sided trading down at that 890 to 910, but I think that if this fails up in these highs here into our 50s, right, and we can't establish ourselves up here, and we push below, that will just come back down to like, I don't know, 860 before we can go. I think if they continue to fail at this high, then we're gonna have to come down lower, and that we won't hold. That's my guess. I'm still very interested in upside. They're advertising 600s on ES, pretty clearly on Dom. Same thing with NQ up in these highs. I really want to see this guy get squeezed. That's stuck at 910. They're trying to do this bid now over. Let's see if they can get this guy to show size over 54.
Just move towards the downside on the dollar. No headlines to back up the move so far that we can see here.
I want him to sweep it if he's going to do it. They've taken in like 300 contracts up here so far.
Not seeing any movements on any of the other assets with the S&P 500 or WTI. But again, as I said, did see some a little bit of downside. Did see some movement towards the downside on the Dixie. Okay, could be suspected yen intervention. Continue further downside movement here. Again, no other headline to back up the move.
All right, I'm at my first risk here at 65. Out 2/3 from 920. And now I'm just going to see if I can hold loss /5.
So as I mentioned earlier, there were no headlines at the moment to back up the strengthening of the yen and what we see on the dollar yen. But again, as said, could be suspected yen intervention there. Of course, if there is anything, then we'll relay that to you as soon as we can.
I think that these guys on ES are in a pretty good state. Good trap. Look at all these sellers trapped at this low from previous POC. They just need to establish here above the 96 like we talked about. We're really watching for this bid to step up here. It needs to show it right now. The problem is that if we don't see this bid step up, what's going to happen on this candle? Well, then we're going to have our only bid outside of value, and then it'll step back below, and then these guys will be offsides above, and then sell side will try to sweep through this value, right, of this candle. So really important that we establish ourselves here and can start to show a lot of interest to start to step up here, right? That's really important based off of this the structure of our deltas on this candle, right? With all of those sellers into those lows.
Again, the yen briefly raising drop versus dollar and volatile trading.
Again, watch Russell as we push into this 33, 34. There's like such a big seller stepping there. These guys are offsides below. These guys are all offsides below, right? Now we just need to see them really try to establish above. I've taken off 2/3 my size here from our hold of our pivots on both ES and NQ. Sorry, yeah. Now watching to see what we can do. Again, Russell, if it can't get over this 33, 34, we go to 22 is almost positive. So we really need to see this establish here, or we're kind of screwed on that one. Big sell sides trying to step in here to push us back down. Russell leading. It's going to be so hard to get continuation without this.
Dollar yen dropping sharply to 161.42, last up around 0.25%. According to Tasnim News, Iran says their negotiation delegation headed by Calabath after a 2-day trip to Switzerland arrived
They're
in Tehran
trying
a few minutes
really
ago.
hard here into 910. Remember, 890 to 910 is where they're trying to flip. If they absorb here and then we pop back above 30s, I think that sell side gets screwed again. If they flip below this 899.10, then we rotate back down to like 860 on NQ. They've got to hold here. And we've got to show a very clear bid back above 930. If they can't do this, then again, we will flip and go back down to VWAP, down at 860 on NQ. They're trying really hard to push this down and sweep. So far getting taken in,
So
but
in
we've
the
got to
post
establish
on
back above.
Taslim, they're just reiterating what the Iranians were going to Switzerland for in regards to Lebanon and other fronts and other points about oil and so on. But nothing new from them, though.
All right, let's see what they do here. Got to get back above this 929.30, or again, we're going to go down to 860 on any sort of hold and offer of this 910 and then sweep below 890. Sell side really trying here. What's up, Sauce? Pushing into our 22 target on Russell here. Looking for this leg down into 60s now on NQ, following our plan off that failure. Watch to see how reactive of a bid we get here. This should be your first risk off if you're playing the flip. All right, let's see what they do here. decent amount of trap liquidity into that 60. We're watching to see if the bid can step back above this or if they're going to trap here for the lower high, right? Do we absorb these guys into this 899.10 and lower the offer and then step down to rotate through our 30-second opening range with Russell continuing to go down to our day open? Or can we step above and flip this 899.10 and start to build above, right? Looking at our footprint. We've got some trap participants into this low, but we're watching this bid step into here. Do they fail to step above and then rotate down? Or can we hold this and see this bid step up like this? Watching Russell at our pivot here at our 22s, seeing if we're going to our day open for our next bounce or not. Really good reoffer of our 899.10, looking like we want to head down. Were you guys able to watch that on footprint play out? How we just trapped those buyers into that high? Move your stops down. This could be very reactive here as we push down into target. What we just witnessed here on this candle is like, if you can watch that live and see that play out, like that's really all you need, right? Like this is like a beautiful reoffer that we just witnessed, right? We just saw them get filled up into these highs. We can see that buy side delta there, and then we saw sell side then sweep back through that candle. All right, Russell at our 22. Let's see what they do. Yes, at our 81s, failure to establish above this 81 to 86 will result in, I would assume, a rotation back down. Right, we're watching to see if we fail here and then can establish below previous day value for rotation down to 62s, or if we are able to sustain here at our 74s and actually get back above. That's basically our rotation here. It's just what happens on this look back into previous day value here at 74. I'm not looking for short continuation personally until I see a step below 810 to 790 on NQ. This low looks a little dangerous to play until I see that flip. Just gonna keep an eye on that. I'm not saying that that's like the knife catch buy, but I am saying that I think that there's going to be some absorption here. So I just want to be careful. I could see like a look below and fail kind of situation happening, unless we can see like a very clear offer step down below that. If you're already in a short, I just like move stops down, right? No need to do anything crazy, but just watching for a reaction here. Same thing on ES, right? We already know that this is our previous day value high, so we want to see this flip, and then we can look for that rotation down to previous day POC down at 62s. But we have to flip these. This is day open on Russell, so it makes sense to see a reflexive bounce here, potentially. Let's see what they do. Watching RTY and do our pivot. See if they hold a 10 offer here on retest, or if we can flip. Pretty active bid stepping up here on this candle so far into 810. We're watching to see if they trap it or if we get back below 790s. If they can't sustain here above 810s and then we step below 790, then this is going to be a really good absorption into our lows, and then we'll probably go for that continuation down. Just watching to see how we build here.
Alphabet extends drop to session low 5%.
And you can see how two-sided it is here at this area. That's why I was a bit worried. Let's see which way this wins out. Because like if they can't establish below this 790 here, like all these guys are trapped into this low. You can see Russell getting that reactive bounce at day open. Again, like we haven't decided anything yet, but you can see it on ES like pretty clearly with the POC developing here down into this low. Let's see what they do. Again, if we can't hold here and establish back up and get back above, then we go down to 62s on ES. Same thing here with this 790. If we establish below that, we'll head down to like, I don't know, 740, 750. It's really reactive here. Let's see what they do. Good offer so far. Good sweep below, established there. Pushing down into target now, following our pathing. Into target here on NQ, off our flip, 740. Move stops down or take profit. Beautiful.
Seeing the S&P 500 turning negative. Seeing SpaceX shares extend drop to 10% in third session of losses.
Okay. There's your 62 target on ES, continuing to push down. Previous day POC here. Let's see what they do. Russell continuation, still leading. Into our next zone here on ES. Big pivot. NQ continuing to fall. Good trend.
On this P500. No
Big
other
sell side
headlines
stepping in here with this.
other than the update with SpaceX shares extending drop to 10% third session of losses.
Good size down on this leg still. We have a good trend still. Big offer at 560 on ES. Trying to step this down. They want to go down to previous day value low. Watching how we build on this candle. If Russell wants to continue to fall, we can continue to move down. Good trap on NQ up into 60s as well. Watching our POC down here. Looks like it'll be a re-offer into 30s. 30 to 60 would be my guess on NQ. Testing now. See what they do. We're watching to see how we build here, just like on the original short we took, right? We want to see if buy side gets stuck up here, and then we can then offer this value area and then get below it. So we want to see a very clear willingness to take into 30 to 60, and then a step below 710 for continuation down on that candle, right? That's what it's telling us. And then you can see how we immediately sweep through once we are able to do that. Very reactive down here. Let's see how we test into the 700, 710. Should be able to head down to 660 here at least. I don't know how reactive it's going to be though. This is previous day value low on ES. This was our next target off of the failure at POC here. Expect a little bit of a bounce. Same with our 60 to 70. But continuation down, no stop of trend. The sell still looks very good to me. So if you have a runner, right, just move your stops down and then let it continue. If we get a good reoffer, you can look to add, maybe push down. Yes, we've got pretty decent absorption here into 48s. If offer steps below 48s, we go to 40, but we're watching this low here. They're trying to sweep it. 48 needs to go offer, and then it should be able to head down to 540 on ES. But if they fail here, we might need to build a bit. They're taking a decent size into this 46 to 48. Failure to step below this just results in a move back up to 60 on ES first. Look at this low that's forming here. on both of these candles. Very clear where we need to flip. Want to look at our Russell. Watch for this to get some weakness here. Looks like 20s is the level that we'll be caring about on RTY as this pushes up into that. Let's see how our seller reacts here. If we step back down. We're watching to see if we absorb into this on ES. And then if we can get back below value here, or if this will flip up. You see how POC just shifted on NQ there? Into our low here. They're trying to now step up. So if these guys fail here, we need to then step below this, and then that'll be our next leg. Just watch to see how we build into this. Same thing here on ES. Russell and door 20, just like we talked about. Just be patient. Big selling up here. So there's nothing to be panicking about. Just a retest. Huge seller up into 40 to 70 on NQ. Just watch this retest. This would be your first risk off on ES if you're playing off of our 54 to 60. We watch our previous day value low here to see if we step below 49, 48. And if we can, then we'll head down. If not, it's just sideways. Watching Russell at our day open here in ETH as well at 14s off of our failure at 20s. is your secondary target on NQ into our lows here off of the flip of our pivot. Watching to see if we can establish here now at this low. This is incredibly important following our pathing off the 15, right? We failed into this high where we saw that buyer. They then stepped through our seller. Now we want to see a very clear sweep of this low. Basically like a hold of 50s and then a continuation down on ES if we're going to be able to do it. We have to be able to flip this, and Russell has to show interest below day open here. Watching how we retest into 51 to 54 for a lower offer, and then let's see if we can step below. Same thing on NQ, got to get below this that we've circled. Remember, this is our highlight. It's got to show interest below that if we're going to go for continuation or nothing has changed. We always want to be risking off into known liquidity when we're still within a range, and then let's look for that reoffer at a lower high, and then see if we can get that continuation with our runner. Really seeing if they can defend this 53, 56 area. This is where they absorbed last on ES. And then we need to see a very clear step below 48s for more.
So seeing an article here from TBS, they say that they just say as the yen at its weakest level in 2 years, Finance Minister of Japan Katayama and Besant hold emergency online meeting to discuss response, including the possibility of currency intervention. We'll pop out the article. It just gives a bit more color then to what could have happened or what would have happened earlier on when we saw the suspected yen intervention. Just gives a bit more color to what it could have happened there.
Full push down here, take off first risk, 540s.
Down 1%. So from the article, they say that JNN has learned that Finance Minister Katayama and Besant held an emergency meeting.
That is our
In this
rotation here.
context, in regards to the yen intervention, they say, according to sources, Finance Minister Katayama held an emergency online meeting with Besant tonight. They are believed to have discussed how to respond to the historic weak yen and also discussed the possibility of currency intervention. There's nothing else to that, but just highlighting just some color then before the suspected yen intervention had happened.
Let's see if Russell can lead
Article is
down.
on the feed for you to read through as well.
We have such a nice pivot now above on ES into our value of our previous candle that we can look for a retest into 47 to 53. From our 40. Same thing with NQ here into 60 to 75. Watch this reoffer.
As I was speaking, did see another little bout of yen strength. Not as big as the other one from earlier on, but just keep an eye on the dollar in there.
We want to see them absorb here into POC, a previous candle, if it's going to hold. And then we want to see it step down, right? We can see it building here. You can see the size trying to step into that. We know what to look for now, right? Let's see what they do. Really great push down to our target at 40s. Now watching our look in. See if Russell can hold day open. Some big size tried to step down there on RTY that got stuffed into 09, 010. Offer sitting at 13.5 on Russell.
So also a reminder, last night you had Finance Minister Katayama said that they're ready to act suitably on currency functions whenever necessary. And they also declined to comment on particular forex rates. Remember, that was news from last night in regards to Japan. China's Commerce Minister Wang is to meet EU Sefcovic on June 29th. So I said earlier on, now dollar yen pairing, sharply pairing gains again. Last down about 0.02% now.
Beautiful offer where we thought it would be. Now let's watch our lows here, see if they hold a higher low or if we do full rotation. Need a step below this. You can see where that bid stepped up, right? Failed. Now we're back below value. Same thing with ES into value to POC, a previous candle. Good retest, but got to take out lows. Russell rejecting day open. Good continuation so far. Let's see if they can step down. We gotta get below this 09, 010 on Russell, or they'll continue to take in size here, and we'll fail to take out lows on ES and NQ and just chop here. Bid is trying to get taken in into 45s now on ES. It's 45 to 48. Offer's got to step below 43 from this 45-48 absorption if we're going to do anything new. Or they'll fail here, and then we'll go back up into like 55, 60, I think. Watching them retest now. You can see that POC is shifted on ES on the daily here, down to our this 48. So it's becoming incredibly important. So if we can continue to hold here and absorb into this 45-48, great, right? Then we'll look for this sweeper down here below this 43, which is what they're attempting to do now. We can see them, they just got absorbed into these highs on our footprint candle. We just need to see them take out lows here and start to establish. You can see how much absorption there was on NQ in that same area. Deadly. We just need to see the sweeper below, and then these guys get fucked. Smooth stops down. Trades free. I just took off my first risk there. And let's see what they do. They took in decent size on ES down into that low at 38, so that's why I took off a little. We're still not seeing what we need on Russell, which is a push below that 09, 010. Incredibly important if we want actual reactions here, other than just a trap.
Seeing some further movements now towards the further strengthening from the yen, pushing past the initial wick down that we'd seen from the suspected yen intervention. As I said, no other headlines. We did put out an article that gives some context to what could occur later today, or if there has been a meeting with Besant and Finance Minister Katayama on the feed for you to already read through.
The market's kind of cooked if we start to show interest below this 540. I don't know if they're going to do it. There's not a ton of interest yet.
Japanese yen asset strengthening to daily high of about 161 per US dollar. Yen asset pushing past the initial wick down on the dollar that we'd seen.
I need to see them like actually sweep this, or I might be done with shorts. They're taking in like decent size here. See what RTY does here into our 09. Still no interest yet. Come on, Russell.
Seeing the S&P 500 turning negative last down 0.4%.
This is what we want to see on NQ. There's your sell side strength, right? That's that sweeper down. Let's see if we can get some follow through on ES as well. Beautiful, beautiful footprint candle for that visual. I have to delete our drawings here, but beautiful push below. Let's see if we can get this continuation. Just trailing now. Just took off a little bit more. Yes. Isn't it? I don't know. Hopefully it's helpful. I don't know. I feel like the way that I've been explaining this lately has been good for you guys. Seems like you guys are getting it a bit more. Being able to actually like watch that. Hopefully that's clicking with our levels. You can like actually see what the reactions are doing at our levels a little bit better. Good offer and sweep below our 09. Let's see what they do on retest if there's going to be one. I think this can come down to 95s on RTY. If we can hold that. Just leave a runner, right? Trail it. Good continuation with these guys trapped. Absolutely screwed into these highs. This is ES into ADR. Great secondary target here at 30s. And then just, you know, move stuff down. Trend down, man. Good day. Great Monday.
Just noting from the White House on X, they say there will be Q postings today. And they say the very bottom of that. Don't know why there's a bunch of space. But they say by Q we mean quantum.
What does that mean?
Just a quick Google search. Apparently, quantum posting is synonymous with critical schizo posting.
What?
Again, unclear what that's supposed to mean. But if we do get anything, we'll relay that to you. Of course, we might know earlier on did have X that was down.
So what are these people talking about, man?
Just to keep you up to date what's going on today.
The White House just wanted to post the letter Q for that base. Making shit up. Yes, exactly. We're watching our reoffer here into 09, 010 on Russell. This shit's got to reject, like pretty clear. We're watching 610 to 630 on NQ, I think. And then a step below 600s. We want to see very clear absorption here into 610, 630. And then a pop back below 600s for continuation down if it's going to do anything new. We're just pushing into POC where we offered here. We need to see Russell reject. Offer at 12s on Dom on Russell. They haven't stepped down. Again, this 610, 630 is where we want to take in size here on NQ, and then we want to see sweepers below 600s if we're going to go down, or this guy's a bit screwed. Just coming back up into our bid here again, off of a failure at our lows. There's nothing bullish yet about this area, but we need to step back down, right? It's just the same where we took in size last, but the problem is like, again, there's someone willing to defend, a buyer that's willing to defend here on this look up. So if this now can hold, right, then all of these guys are offsides below. So where it's a bit two-sided, I'm just watching our reactions here. If they fail, right, we want to see a very clear step back below 630, 610, and then offer that if it's going to go down, and then use that as our risk. If this steps up, I don't have anything on NQ yet. I would need to see us over 670, I think, for me to care. Just above this POC. And then, like, a pretty clear bid, step up. Or I just think that, like, again, this is just a range trade right now between this low and this high. I need to see like a very clear willingness to hold above this edge. Or I just feel like this is just us kind of like stepping up and then a look back below and then a continuation off of a failure here. Hopefully that makes sense. It's the same thing on ES where we're just testing into POC of previous candle here into value. Nothing really to talk about until we flip this.
according to US State Department spokesperson, Rubio is to travel to UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain between June 23rd to 25th. So that'll be between tomorrow and Thursday.
So we just took out Asia low on NQ and then immediately bid there. We didn't take out lows on ES though. That's interesting. Watching our 70, see if we flip on NQ, just like we talked about, or if this fails. You can see how they're trying to really establish here, size-wise, with POC up into this high. Russell leading up off that failure to establish and hold below that 0910. ES into our 48 to 54. Just watching our retest here. This is our daily POC on ES. Really seeing if we can establish above or if this fails, like we talked about. If they fail to hold this, then I'm just looking for a rotation back below and then a reoffer of our 10 to 30. I'm being very patient here. No reason to get back gains. This is our first POC to 15-minute candle to close above POC, right? So there's potential for reversal here, just like we talked about with the failure to establish lower. It's just a big pivot. I don't want to get caught trying to preemptively take this absorption. We know what this looks like when it fails, right? We can see this buyer attempting here where my mouse is. You can see them, right? We know where we need to step back below. We have it drawn on chart. It's very clear where we want to see them show this interest at our highs and then rotate through this range that we've established at 670 to 630 and then show that interest below if we're going to trap these highs.
So Rubio is to discuss US-Iran memo and Hummus during his Middle East trip to UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain.
Same thing again on ES, where we know that this is where that absorption is. We're watching to see if they fail here.
And he's also
and then if
to
we
meet
step
with
down,
Gulf Corporation Council in
and then
Bahrain.
if we can rotate below for this, or if we're going to be able to hold here and establish above, and then look for some sort of rotation up. Right? Can this 48 bid, and can we show interest above, or does this fail? Step down, and then rotate down for new
SpaceX
lows.
signed computing power deal with open source AI startup Reflection worth up to $6.3 billion. Under the agreement, Reflection will get immediate access to NVIDIA GB300S. Again, according to CBC.
POC on NQ shifting to our 70 here. Like we said, very important. This node means a lot, and we can see these trap buyers up into our highs. But again, this is just a rotation of this range that we've established at 630. We have to get below the 630, 610 and offer it if we're going to continue down. And then we'll have a really nice trap, and then we'll look for that sweep. Really important that we show interest down here to establish below. Watching Russell into day open. See if we get a bid. ES absorbed where we thought they would. No change there. Rotating down. Has to get below this 36 to 40 for anything new. This is value of our previous candle. You can see where we trapped into these highs. We're looking for that sweeper below value here. You can see the seller trying to establish themselves where my mouse is moving.
15 a.m. Eastern time, we're expected to hear from ECB's President Lagarde speaking in
This is your first risk off if you did play the offer.
Panel international role of the euro with European Union Commissioner Dombrovskis and MEP Erasmus Andersson, House of the Euro in Brussels. No indication whether text is to be expected or Q&A.
Again, this is your first risk off. This is our pivot low where we expect the bid to be if they're going to hold a higher low. We need to flip this and then reoffer it for that secondary leg down if we're going to take out lows. Watching Russell here at our day open. ES at our pivot at our 40 to 36. And NQ at our 310 to our 610 to 630 where we expected this reactive bid. This is your first risk off. Need to flip this and then reoffer for that continuation down. Just like we have drawn. New 15s, 10 seconds. Held our lows so far, watching for a lower high. Retesting our 60s here. We'd love to see 60 to 70 now hold offer for a lower high on NQ. Now that we held our low at 10s, we want the 60 to 70 to hold and then step down below 10s for continuation. Or a very clear now hold above 70s on retest after holding our lows, right? We're watching our range, seeing if buy side wants to establish here at 30s. If 30s bid and then steps over 70s, that's bullish. If 60 holds offer and we step below 10s, that's bearish, right? We're just in our range that we've already established. We know that this is where we're trading. Where we hold and where we bid, right? Or where we offer and where we reoffer are now the most important areas. Do we make that higher low? Can we push back over these highs from that higher low, showing that buy side is willing to defend this low of balance? Or are we seeing that the offer is willing to hold these guys off sides at a lower point and then willing to step down to take out our low of balance, right? That's what we're looking for right now is the secondary move. What's up, Allie? Good. We had a really great morning. How are you doing? The footprint, you just change it from cluster to profile. Sauce, do you know the artist Dan? D-A-N-N? I think you'd like this quite a bit. What's up, man? We're just waiting to see which side of this balance breaks. With this hold of our lows, it's more likely that the highs break, right? We just failed on sell side at the lows there at our 630, 610. Watching to see how we react here at our highs now. Russell held our higher low as well. We need to see like a pretty active seller step in here to defend this and then rotate us down for me to feel comfortable with any continuations. There's no like, long setup yet, but we did hold lows and show interest there. So it's our first signs that buyers are willing to take in, right? But nothing has changed at our highs yet. But it is our good first initial sign. So we're just watching to see what they do here. We can see like NQPOC is now shifted down here on the daily. ESPOC is shifted down here on the daily. So just really watching our pivots, see how we're going to react. We played this entire rotation down, right? There's no reason to give back while we wait for this directional break. We know how balance works. No reason to do anything until something changes here. Holding our 60 to 70 highs, rotating back down to our 630, 610 lows. No desire to trade above or below as of yet. Very clear two-sided candle, right? When we talk about that, just watching to see how this plays. You can see that we have 30 seconds left on this 15-minute. Let's see how we build out into the close of this candle. Flat POCs so far from this candle to this candle at 640. Still willing to just take into 40s on ES as well, 43. I really want to see a step below here, like we have pathed below 36 in a reoffer if we're going to go down. This is just flat POCs, right? We know that this is balance.
Fed bids for 3-month bills total $6.1 billion, and bids for 6-month bills total $5.3 billion.
Do you guys like understand what I mean? Like how I was able to show like how we were able to know that this was balance like almost immediately and to not be looking for these breakouts? Like, do you see how we're kind of like establishing that here on this candle with this big wicking and then the ability to hold value? We're seeing value step up at the lows, but we have flat value at our highs. So we have like a buyer down at our lows who's tried, but we have a very clear pivot above, right? So there's not really a shift yet, right? There's no right side of V, but there's a buyer who's tried to establish down here. So all we've done, right, is again, we have flat POC, flat value at our highs on the last 3 candles, but we have value stepping up at our low, right? So we have someone who's trying. So it's a very clear pivot where we want to show interest below if we're going to continue down, right? And we have a very clear pivot above where we need to establish above if we're going to go up. Does that make sense how I was able to see that? Based off the 15-minute? Do you see what I mean? Where we have these flat value highs, where our value high is the value low of our sell side candle, where that POC is resting. So it's like either establish above this and show that as an area of interest, right? Or we just wait for this value to shift at our lows and we step down below where they started to step up, right? This becomes our short because this is where buy side is now trying to actively step up price, right? So that just creates like two very clear pivots. And then you just wait. And then there's no need to trade the chop while we just rotate in a box between this value and this value. You just look for someone to get trapped on the other side, and then you look for that reoffer for that continuation trade. Right? Like that's the most important thing, is like realizing when we're not in, when it's going to be like a distribution, right? Where we have to build out a node before we can continue on our way. That'll save you a lot of trouble, and then you don't get just like fading the edges over and over again, trying to look for that continuation. Right? Like there's no reason like to be outside of your runners that you're in from higher, but there hasn't been a great showing yet that we want to continue down yet. That's all I'm saying. It's like it's chop, right? It's just a node is building out here, and we need to establish at one of these tails. That's all. But like you can see that on our value. I think like being able to recognize this high and being able to recognize this bid trying to step up here. It's like, oh yeah, like wait, I can just wait for one of these edges to break and hold. I don't need to do anything crazy. And you can see the same thing on ES, right? Like very clear flat values at lows, very clear pivot above. Just wait. Do we have someone trapped off sides on either direction? Are we able to do anything new? Which way is Russell moving? Where's our pivot on Russell, right? Like these are very easy questions you can ask yourself to avoid stupid trades. The more stupid trades we can avoid, the better our P&L. It's that simple, right? If we can avoid bad input, all bad output is negated. So as long as we understand when we have edge and when we don't, right? We're in a pretty good spot, and then we just wait for our setup to be there. And as soon as it establishes itself, then we can take, we can initiate. Until then, just chill. I'm gonna delete this box and then redraw it so that I have the ability to actually go to our edges. So beautiful lower high here, and our trap into our highs at 70s. Bid stepped up from our edge, failed to get above these guys, right? Now the offer is trying to step down. So we have a very clear pivot here. You can see where POC to value is on this candle. It is where we're watching for that reoffer to be, right? So now let's watch to see if sell side can actually do something with this, right? This is where we want to see it happen, if it's going to happen. I'm going to move this over just so you can witness what we're watching for. Let's see if they can actually establish below here, or if this fails. Russell still flat. Keep that in mind, but we want to watch and see if we can get this on ES and on NQ here.
Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson to IRNA says Iran's interaction with International Atomic Agency says that they will continue in accordance with current procedures. So again, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson to IRNA says Iran's interaction with International Atomic Energy Agency will continue in accordance with current procedures. And just a reiteration of what's been said already, but IRNA is saying, according to officials familiar with the content of yesterday's negotiations in Switzerland,
Very volatile
Iran
with
did
this
not
news.
negotiate on the nuclear file during the 18-hour talks and did not
Watching
accept
for this
any
absorption here.
terms.
They're taking it in decently, but again, we need to just watch to see if he'll push back below. Russell still flat. Into our 630 on NQ. See if we can get back below 10s. Good size being taken in, but
So, Murdo, there's something just being reiterated from the
again,
weekend.
lots of news. Pivot holding. But I want to see a step down. Nothing yet. They're still taking in size, but we haven't seen the offer step down where we need yet. Watching our 610, 600, see if they'll do it. Good trap into 630 so far. Let's see if there's desire here. Really important. Russell continuing to push up. It's making this really tough edge on NQ. Gotta wait for VWAP, I think, on Russell. These guys are going to fail until Russell gets to VWAP. I don't think anything's changed, actually, but I think that Russell needs to lose momentum here. I think this is just a stop out some of these guys at our lows, and then we just trade back up into our 50 to 60, absorb there, and then we'll step down once Russell loses momentum into VWAP. And then we'll look back below 610 and then offer. That's my guess. I don't believe in this move at all. I haven't taken anything yet, but I'm just watching as we push into this. Same thing with 48 to 50 on ES. Watching for a loss of momentum here on Russell as we push up. As soon as we can start to establish below 610s, I'm all for it. You can see that's where value is. Testing into our POC now. All these buyers offsides above. Any loss of momentum on this will just result in that, full, elevator. But until then, just be patient. I don't want you to get stopped up with too tight of a stop with no invalidation of our lower highs yet. Sweeper into 50s there. Bid held into our 610 though. Again, we got to flip that 610. It's so important. But they're trying. Actively, very clearly trying. Sweep below. Let's see if they can hold it. They've got to flip this shit, dude. I think it's just Russell VWAP and then that absorption into 50s, but it's a very clear balance here still at 610. We gotta flip this shit. Very clear on ES2 where they're trying to bid. We need to step back below this, or we're just going to rotate back up. Watching Russell highs. You can see this bid offsides here on this current candle above value. We need to step below this if we're going to go down, or it's still just the rotation. Very volatile range at these edges. Hopefully they figure it out before 12. Testing down again here. See if they can establish themselves here on this test.
So reminder, at the bottom of the hour, we give the US 3-month and 6-month bill auctions, with the US looking to sell $89 billion in 3-month bills and $77 billion in 6-month bills. So reminder, with a prior bid cover for 3-month of 2.47, prior high yield of 3.64%, and prior bid cover for the 6-month was 2.76, and prior high yield was 3.68%. So shortly expecting the data.
New 15s in 50 seconds. Trying to establish at the 610, 630 offer into new 15s. That's the goal. Russell, good rejection off of view up so far. A little loss of momentum, but still potential for higher lows. Let's see how we can open into new 15s. If we can actually do this shift, this will be great. Just following our plan. Later, man. Glad to see you. Five seconds till new 15s. You can see them trying on NQ into this 10. We just need to see sell side step below 600s off this 10 absorption if we're going to do it. Or they're just going to fail here again with Russell holding. You can see it on footprint. Footprint tells you everything into our levels. I really hope you guys are starting to be able to visualize this with our zones and how we're interacting with our deltas there. It's such a good visual aid of what our zones actually are, what we're looking for, of like what I'm talking about. They might fail here still, but it's such a good visual aid. Let's see if they can do it. It's so hard when Russell's flat like this and to view up. We just chop. Need to see step below 36 for anything real and actually show a sustain. Need to hold this 610, 630 for anything real. On Tradeify? Oh yeah, for sure, man. It's way better on Tradeify.
3-month bid cover of 2.68, 2.68 with a high yield of 3.695%. So the US awarding 87.55% of bids on high. That said, sells $89 billion in 3-month bills. With a 6-month bill bid cover of 2.51 and a high yield of 3.84%, with the US selling $77 billion in 6-month bills and awarding 97.87% of bids at high.
You can get something like better, I think, in my opinion. Yeah. I would just look up go to you can literally use the one that I'm using right now on Tradeify. I have it saved as a custom. Here, let's see if this works. See, let me know what happens when you click that. That's a link to my Tradeify template for a footprint. I don't know if that works though. The Sethmo one's okay. If you want the one that I have, with like the values attached to it, the what Bad Beta just said is really good, and then look for SIG NQ15 FP/VP. So you go to module templates and community indicators. It's the third tab. And then SIG 15. Oh, you know what? It's not showing here for some reason. Why is it not showing here? Yeah, okay, so I can show you the one. So don't go to module template, just go to indicators and then search what's his name? Market. Search market 0 with XERO, one word. This guy. That's the footprint that I use. Market 0. And then I'll give you the settings. That one will have a breakdown between delta as well as a volume profile. So you'll be able to have your value low and high. And then I'll give you the settings that I use so that it looks okay. I don't know why my chart isn't there yet. I'll have to look at that again. Let me see if I can figure that out. They take forever to get approved to go onto the template list. I don't know why. Do you trade mostly NQ or ES, T-Man? Because there are different settings for both of them. NQ, okay. Put your footprint ticks per bar to 5. And then turn on compact mode, and then hide total delta text, hide total text. Those two, check mark those off. And then just change the thickness and colors of your VPOC. That's your POC per candle. And then your value area, change the color and the thickness of those so they stand out a bit. And then you've got the NQ profile. Let me know if you have any questions with that. I recommend that you have that on, and then you also get the Sethmo price access volume delta, and then you're pretty set. Bro, what are we doing here? Can we just like actually sweep the lows now or sweep the highs? Like, what do you like? Make a decision, please. Well, it's you know, it's getting to that time, 12 o'clock, you know? I was just hoping we were gonna get like one last leg before 12, but we might not. Like I said before, it's going to be very hard without Russell continuation with us. It's just range trades while Russell establishes if it's going to accept above VWAP again or continue to fail. If there's no interest below 600, 610, we just rotate it back up to 660. No change. So we failed at our lows to show that desire to continue downwards. Now testing our high edge. Let's see if we build above or if this fails. Again, it's the same as before. Just 50 to 70. Got to show interest above or there's no change. But we did just trap a lot of traders into our lows, as we can see, off that failure there at POC. So now just watching to see how we react again into our high edge. No interest below on ES, just NQ, right? We had a diverging market with no follow through below our pivot on ES and no follow through on Russell. So now let's see what they do into our highs. You would think that they will squeeze this with this failure below, but let's see. Into our 60 to 80, so far offering. Watching to see if we can establish here. I mean, this is getting a little too messy. I'm just going to delete this and so that we can zoom out a bit so you can see this range trade. Same thing with ES. And Russell, just moving this over. See what they do into our top edge. Just so clear where we need to establish. It's just the 60 to 80 has to go supportive for anything more. Very clear value, right? There's our 600 low, there's our 680 high. And here's our 30, which is the POC of this range. So it's very clear, like I said, where we need to flip and hold if we're going to go offer. And it's very clear that we need to push above this guy if we're going to go higher. These are our two pivots right now. Just chop. Good push so far. Russell looking above VWAP, trying to hold it. See if they can flip this. Good higher low on ES and NQ into our top of balance. Good buyer so far. Absorption at 680. Again, that needs to flip for us to have any sort of real continuation potential here. But if they do that, should be able to head up to 700, 710 pretty quick. There might be a potential trade on retest of 45 to 50 on ES. We'll look for like a really solid bid there. Let's watch what they do here into this. No interest above 80s on NQ. Rotation back through, down to our 610s. This is POC, just within our value still. Watching this retest here on ES into 50 to 45 to test our buyer here. We want to see like a pretty reactive bid into this area. And again, NQ just range trading. Want to see a pretty active bid here into our bow low at 610 to 590. See what they do here into 50 to 45 on ES. Russell still can just continuing. Watching 45s on ES. This will be our test. I wouldn't play this on NQ until we get a reoffer 600, 630. Unless you are in from that edge high. Just wait. You'll get a reflexive bid here. There's no way we don't retest 45s here on ES. Just be patient. All right, pushing into our 45 now. Let's see if they hold offer here into our 45.50 on the flip below our pivot from our hold of our lows. Watching Russell weakness. This is our first weakness on Russell. We want to see like very clear absorption as we push into this, or again, like I just don't really believe in it. We want to see a pretty active participant here. Watching our offer again, very clear. Same thing, 590, 610 on NQ.
Travels to Oman.
Just a really,
Just a reminder,
we want to see a very clear offer here on both of these.
Reporting that the Iranian delegation went back to Tehran, but from Galibaf's Telegram account it says that he's traveled to Oman.
We watch our test here. We want to hold this edge, right? This is very clear that we want to hold this edge. We just punish people who are trying to preemptively bid highs without our break above our levels. Now we're watching to see if we're going to get continuation, if they're actually going to step in to defend this balance low, right? There's been no change on ES. We're still holding where we need here, but we're now watching to see if this sweep that stepped down below our 45 to 50 is now going to hold offer for a lower high. It is incredibly important that if they're going to offer this, wrong tool, that we look in, offer into this, uptake in size, and then can step down from here. Same thing on NQ. This is what we were looking for, to establish below. And if we can then push below for continuation, right? If they fail to do this, all we're going to do is just rotate this again, because this is just us liquidating someone from our highs, right? No ability to push over our 80. All we did was rotate this and punish. Now we need to see secondary sellers step in here at our edge low. Need to see ES get below this. Need to see Russell weakness at our VWAP now. Incredibly important. If there's no desire, right? There's no desire. This is where this will be our test. We got to see him take in. A god-awful noise.
Further from Iran's Galibaf on his Telegram account, they say that he's set to discuss enhancing bilateral cooperation and joint efforts to consolidate Iranian arrangements for managing the Strait of Hormuz.
How like loud do you have me? Is that better? I just adjusted it.
And also from Galibaf's Telegram account says that Galibaf visit to Oman includes Foreign Minister Arakchi as well.
No, you're good. It's crazy that you could hear my AC like that, though.
The Netflix shares falling 5.2%, the lowest since October 2024.
I don't know how you guys can hear that, but then you don't hear my music through my open back headphones. That's what blows my mind, because I am blasting music. Like, how is that not the more noticeable sound that's being picked up? Doesn't make any sense. I don't know if they're going to give us what we want without Russell, guys. Like, it's probably not worth it. It's about to be 12. Like, either they do this shit now or it's not going to happen until, you know, an hour from now after lunch. And it's like, why are we going to sit here if they're not going to do this? If there's no desire, there's no desire, right? Like, I'm not going to waste my time if they don't want to do it. So I'll give it a couple more minutes to see if we're going to get this hold based off of what we just talked about. but we need Russell follow through, or we need like a very clear NQ move below. We're holding where we need, right? 600, 630. This is good so far. But ES has to get below this guy. There's nothing here until we can get below this participant at 39 to 37 on ES, in my opinion, because it's just them taking in the sell side. We've got this buyer who's getting absorbed now, right, into our 45s, like we talked about. But like if they can't get below our lower pivot that we've been playing off of and offer this, like this shit's useless. Like a good way to visualize this, I think, is on the delta profile. Here. Look at our deltas here for the same period. Do you see the two participants that I'm talking about, right? So there's someone absorbing into these highs, but like there's very clearly someone taking into this lower edge. So until we can actually flip below this guy, it's just going to be very two-sided between these two participants here at our 45 and our 36, 37. It just is what it is. So that's what we're watching for here. This is the flip of that low, and then we're watching to see if this absorption here is able to hold for the lower high. If they can do that, right, like nothing is invalidated. It's just not doing the breakdown. It's just two-sided, which sucks. We know exactly what we need to happen. It's just not doing it.
Keeping our Netflix shares extending drop to session low of 5.4% now, the most since mid-April.
Like all we're doing is establishing outside of this value. That looks great, right? But what if they fail again? What happens at the close of this candle if we continue to fail to establish below here on candle close? Well, we're just gonna punish again and then rotate up, just like on the last attempt, right? Just like we talked about, like there's no desire above our top edge, but there's just a lack of initiation to continue us down off of that lack of desire at our highs. And until we flip over this guy and can actually hold it as supportive, like I can't be bullish on the market. So it's just like a stop out game while they wait to see if like we can stop out enough people to build enough liquidity to actually get this move above and hold for sustain, or it'll just trap people who have really tight stops in our trend down, right, on this distribution. And then after this 12 to 2 period, we then go down for another leg after failures, right? So you were right, but the time it took was wrong, and so you just get continued to be stopped out in this range trade while we look for this push down. New 15s have just opening below POC. Let's see if we can get this follow through. We need this so badly. If you're playing off of 45s, this is your first risk off into 40s. I know it's only 5 points, but we have to establish below our pivot here for anything more. Russell, good lower high. NQ, good follow through here from our 630 to 600. Need to see this push below. Very clear size being taken into 540, 550 here on NQ. Better bezel. Again, ES is going to let us know if we're going to actually get this or not. Like if we can establish below, we're good. If not, NQ can get absolutely cocked down here. We want this established below for any sort of real sustained move outside of this balance, or it will be another fade on the edge. They're trying. This should be your first risk off, in my opinion. Yes, if we can't do it, just into our lows, right? We already knew that this is where they were. We got to fucking flip this. We need to see this offer step down here, or they're just going to continue to take in into 36 to 39 like we talked about. If we can flip this, we're in such a good spot. If they can't, right, it's another balance trade. Like, it just is what it is. It just is what it is. I'm sorry. Like, it's free points, but it's not all the points that you want, right? Yeah. Come on, do it. Just had to wait for fucking Russell. Blessed. All right, let's see what they do here in the day open again. Big pivot. We'll get a retest of this edge here at 36s to 39s on ES for sure. POC at 36. I did indeed. Let's get this offer. Come on. You boys can do it. Big buyer at 500. Showing size on NQ. Looks like a reoffer of 540, 560 to me if this bid at 500 holds. Offer trying to step down at 25, but I don't know about that one. Let's see what they do. They're trying to absorb here into 20. This is our 36 retest on ES into our 40 to 60 selling deltas that are here. Bid is stepping up from our 20. See if we can get below this guy, and then see if sell side steps in aggressively, or if we now hold this 20 for that push up into 40 to 60. Really important battle here with bid trying to step up at 20, like I said. We've got these huge selling deltas above us at 40 to 60 that we just are testing into. They're trying to step down. We want these guys at 20 to 25 to be offsides, and we want this offer to hold this now and this look back below. Really important if we're going to get this continuation short term. Retesting our bid at 20. Seeing if we can hold it on the offer side now. Trapping these guys. Not seeing the aggressiveness that I want yet. But they are holding.
So according to ISNA, in an interview with head of Energy Commission of Iran Chamber of Commerce, they say that with this license, Iran can sell its oil under conditions closer to real prices and without sanctions related restrictions.
Okay. Into our 40 to 60 off the failure to establish below 20. Watching to see what they do here. No change on ES, still just rejecting our 36 to 39, whatever, doesn't matter. We're watching to see what happens. Russell, a little bit of a bid. We're watching for a lower high. We just need to see absorption here and then a look back below, or we're just going to rotate here again off of a failure. Into POC of our previous candle on both ES and on NQ. Just bid off of our day open on Russell. Now retesting across the board. Again, nothing has changed. It's just midday. So the volatility is a little gross. Just that lack of desire at 20s is what screwed you there. Right, we called out where that bid was, but no one ever stepped down. So it's just a rotation now into our 40 to 60, and now we're watching to see if we trap here or if they establish. They'll try to defend this, like, I don't know, 40 edge to see if bids hold, and if they do, then we rotate up, retest our highs here again at 600. Right, it's just the bid trying to step up off of the sell side failure. I want to see like a very clear look in this area and then look back below if we're gonna short. It's very hard to want to do these continuations instead of just taking profit off of our first target, because just like the complete lack of follow through on secondary moves after we get our initial tests, right? Like there's nothing wrong with this move that we did, because we had an established offside participant into our highs, and then we had a very clear reoffer at our 45 to 50 for this leg down, right? But if there's no follow through here at our lower pivot, then it just is what it is, right? There's no desire. So now we'll do this rotation here from 40 to 45 here again, I would assume, unless we can step back below. You just have to wait for Russell to lose momentum here again. Just watch our edge. I don't think I'm gonna stay too long because the market's getting a little gross. Then there's no reason. We had such a good morning. Like, why give back gains for no reason while we try to capture more? Nothing has changed though. We're just rotating into our POC of previous candle, and we're continuing to fail to push down after initial moves. Minute left on these 15-minute candles. So we've just recovered our value low of our previous candle into our value high of this candle. We are watching, this is what we're looking for in the end of this 15. Can we hold here outside of value? What does it mean if we close outside of value on this candle and all of this liquidity is within value? Well, it's a pretty good sign that this is absorption then, right? And then we look for rotations up. So we're going to be watching to see, can we close outside of value of this candle, right? And above, we're just rotating value of our previous candle here. But if we can establish, that's a good sign for upside. What downside needs to do, right, is get back into the value of this candle and trap this liquidity here into close. We want to see basically this get pushed down, and then we want to see a very clear offer of this for this continuation down, trapping this liquidity above. Whereas the bid wants to hold here and show interest above this 600, right? So we just closed outside of value. So we have a very clear pivot of what we're watching for. And we watch to see if we can establish here or if we're going to establish back below. Same thing on ES. Just back to our 45 to 50. See if we can establish here. Same pivot as before. Remember, we know that they were taking in size here at 45 to 50 on the last attempt, right? Like, that's why we took that short down. We just didn't get the follow through. So we're back to the same area. So we just watch footprint to see how we build out here. Are they absorbing into this edge again? And what are we doing with that information, right? While we're establishing from this, are we going to push back below value or not, right? Or are we going to be able to hold here and establish and then continue up? Or does this get eaten? And then do we get back into the value of our previous candle and then start to rotate down with this trap being still intact? And do we see this offer step below again? Right? That's it. That's all we've got. It's the same thing on NQ. Right? We failed at our lows, so we're coming back up to our previous sells, and we're watching to see now if there's an active bid that's willing to defend this edge again to get us out of here? Same thing on ES. Or are we just rotating to our sell, right, from before, and then flipping back below? I don't know. We'll see. All we know is that we've recovered this edge, like we talked about, and we're into this offer here again. So again, can they establish themselves here and get us above? Or does this fail? And do we get below? And now we just watch our footprint. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to
These stocks
chase,
of crude
but
oil
yeah, have a
in
good
the
one,
US
Kevin.
SPR reserve
Just
falling by
waiting for a
9.1
directional
million to
decision here.
331.2 million barrels last week, the lowest since 1983. So again, stocks of crude oil in the US SPR fall by 9.1 million to 331.2 million barrels last week, the lowest since 1983.
Beautiful rotation here on NQ and ES from our pivots. Should be our first risk off to make the trade free. Watch Russell into VWAP. Let's see if we step above, boys, or if this holds. Just following pathing. Very clear where we need to flip, right? Into our 600 here from our 560, right? Our bid. Now watching to see if we can get over the 630 for rotations up to 680, or if this holds our absorption. Same thing here at our 50 to 45. Take off your first risk, move stops up, let it trail. I don't know if we get continuation or not. We have to watch to see how we interact here. I have zero clue. We have to watch footprint to see how we interact, but you can see, look, we held our lows, sell side failed here at our bottom, and we've got this active bid stepping up. The question is this active bid going to be able to hold, or are we going to then trap these guys off of a failure to establish above and then rotate back through, right? We don't know yet. This candle is still actively forming, but we can see these deltas, and we can see this guy down here holding our value of our previous candle, and this guy punished and then rotated off of. Just following our pathing. Again, just move stops up or take some initial profit off, and let's see if we flip this shit and rotate up. This is why it's so important to just establish very clear pivots and plans based off of what we're doing and where we want to be looking to interact, right? There's no FOMO. Either we trade into our level and it hits our limit, or it doesn't, right? And then we wait for the pivot to shift. Like if we flip this and hold, that'll be another opportunity. But until then, right, you just take this trade to this trade, right? This area to this area, unless we flip below and then we look for that to rotate below, right? Like it's just, there's no need to FOMO. We know where price wants to trade. We just wait for it to get to that area and then watch to see if buyers and sellers are still willing to, you know, trade within that auction. I can't stress that enough. Like, again, we know where they want to offer. Nothing has changed about this. We know where we want to take our risk off. It's the same thing with Russell VWAP, right? Like, we know where they're interacting. The problem is like, you want to get greedy with your contracts and you want to hold for longer than the actual position the trade is presenting, right? Like, that's the actual issue that you're running into. And that's okay, but like, what you need to do is take off 2/3 size into first target then, right? You want to take off into the known liquidity first, because that is the actual probability of the move that we are trading. And if you aren't taking the probable trade, right, and probable target, and you're holding for break even or for trades to go back on you, there's nothing much I can do for you there, right? It just, you're screwing yourself. There's nothing wrong with holding a runner, but holding for full size for a target that isn't probable is just dumb. That's like one of the most important lessons that you start to learn when you start to scalp actively. It's like, things just make so much more sense when you're just trading from liquidity to liquidity. But if you start to like that like concept of being like, oh yeah, this is like literally free if I just take profit here. But if I don't, then I'm screwed, and now I'm going to be in a hopium position where either I'm adding as price is coming back down to my entry, and now I'm over leveraged, and I'm waiting for it to go back up to that point, right? And it's like, oh, I didn't take it that last time, but I will take it this time. It's like, no, you won't, dude. Like, you missed the opportunity. Don't add to that trade. We went to target. You fucked up. Accept it. Move on. Right? Like, either it's a break-even loss because you didn't take profit, or, you know, you wait for the flip. Like, it just is what it is. Greed is the killer, man. Like, are you trading mechanically, or are you trading like a monkey? Like, I don't know. Yes, it is a common, especially after long periods of green, Ben. Like, it is very common to start oversizing when you have a losing day, and you want to know why you do that? Is because, I mean, I don't want to talk for you, but like, one of like the biggest reasons that do that is because you're trying to recover losses quickly, right? You're trying to make up your ego. You forget that losing is part of the process, and it never goes away. So when you have those days and you start to chase, right? You start to forget why you were green for 20 how many days in a row? 27 days in a row of ending the day green, right? When you start to have a bad day, you take it fucking personally. Like, the market is doing something wrong and it owes you, instead of being like, oh, wait, I fucked up, or it just wasn't my day. You start to take it personally and you start to oversize. And as soon as you start to oversize, you just destroy all of your work that you just did. It's just like, there's no, like, the part of your brain that controls your rational thinking is gone, right? You're just in fear at that point. It's just, you're just in straight up fight or flight, and you need to have safeguards in place, because you know that you're not going to be rational in that state of mind. Your trading setups and your systems that you create are not for your best days. They're for your worst days, when you know that you're not going to be rational. And it's something that you really have to remember and have in place, because On your best days, you're not thinking about that shit. Things are just working out for you. It's just working out for you. It's the days where things don't work and how you react and adapt, right, are the days that are actually going to make or break you. And so you need to have your systems in place already, right, established and ready to go and automatic, so that when you aren't rational, you can prevent yourself from taking horrible setups, making horrible decisions and blowing up accounts that you've been, trading great for a month. Like, it's just one of those things that sadly I can tell you over and over again, but you have to experience it for yourself and then actually make the decision to want to create change. And it's really hard to want to like actually, to deal with that and to want to be better. It's much easier to ignore that and just be like, yeah, it won't happen to me again. I won't do that on the next time, right? But it's one of those things that it happens to everyone. And if you don't have those safeguards in place already, you're fucked, because the bad days happen and they can destroy you if you let them, right? So having a automatic lockout, right, on a certain amount of drawdown or a certain amount of trades, or like I say, where once you're green and you've built a buffer on the day, right, you only trade your buffer and then you set a lockout so that you can't end red, right? If your first 2 trades are green, then make that your buffer for the day. Don't end red, especially if you're on a prop firm account. There is literally nothing worse than ending red after a green day on a prop account. All you've done is fuck your drawdown. You need to end green if you were green on the day. You never establish yourselves. You need to remember, every time that you make a new high on your account, your drawdown goes up. All you're doing is overtrading and fucking yourself. You need to play the rules of your system. If you have a drawdown, you need to respect it and play around it.
ECB's Lagarde says renminbi's underappreciation justifies discussion of excessive imbalances at G7.
What matters more, you making money and getting a payout, or you ego trading and being right? Like, get the fuck over it. I cannot stress that enough. Like, you have to, and if you, like, again, the part of your brain when you go into fight or flight is not rational. You need to remember that. You can create all the systems in the world of how you're going to trade and how you're going to do this or that. But when things go badly, those systems go right out the window if they're not automated, right? If they're not in front of your face. So you need to have a reminder on your desk, or you need to have a note out that's directly in front of you of, does this make sense? What are my rules, right? You need to have an automated system. You need something in place. It's the only way. You're gonna fuck up. It is inevitable. We all have bad days. No one has a 100% hit rate. It just is what it is. But how you handle those situations is the only thing that matters. I cannot stress that enough. You can have 100 winning days in a row and still blow up your account in a single session, just by being a retard. The things that you can immediately do to never be in that situation, right? Prevent bad inputs, prevents all bad outputs. Just continue to remember that. Write that down. Never over leverage. Never add to losing positions. Only add on a directional continuation, right? High or low. Only then. Never add. Always move stops up. Always take at first target, right? Move up, trail. These are things that you can easily do to just completely prevent all of this stupid shit. If you actually execute off of that, you will make money. As soon as you start to ignore your rules because you think you're better and the systems don't matter anymore that got you to that place, you've lost the plot and you deserve to blow up. You do. You deserve it. Because you're lying to yourself. No change. Same absorption, same everything. Watching our rotation back to our level here. Just a range rotation. Yeah, no, you have zero right. People DM me asking for help, but it's like, what are you doing to help yourself? Like, I've done everything I can for you. I can't control you. If you're unwilling to actually work on the process and you're only looking to get signals, you're still going to lose. You're still not going to make money because you're not doing the work on your side that you need to actually be able to sustain. I can give you 27 winning days in a row and you still will blow up on a single day where you don't follow the rules. Right? Think about that. It's a lesson that sucks to have to go through, but it's one of those things that's when Mario and I talk about like how long it actually takes to become profitable and to have like sustained profitability, it's not like trying to like learn price action or learning the setup, right? Like that stuff's easy. I've taught you guys that. I've taught you all of the setups that you need. I've showed you exactly what you need to do. The part that's hard and that is hard to sustain and to actually continue to make money is to not fuck yourself over, right? Like that's the hard part. That's the part where you have to like realize that losing is just part of trading. It's the part of anything that you do, right? You're not always going to win, but how you handle those losers is how you continue to live, right? How you continue to survive and be able to sustain profitability and sustain gains. How you act on those bad days, those systems that you create. Realizing it's not the end of the world, right? Those things take a lot of time because you have to have a lot of faith in your system. And that only comes from time where you're like, oh yeah, I know if I continue to do what I'm doing, that over time, my system makes money. And there's going to be periods where I lose. And there's going to be periods where even at a 60 or 70% win rate, I'm going to lose 5 trades in a row. It just happens. It's just probability, like it is likely to happen. And if I'm not sized where I can lose 5 trades in a row without blowing up my account or even coming close to blowing up my account, then my system is inevitably going to fail because probability wise, it will happen eventually. That's just math. I could be just trading A+ setups. That A+ setup doesn't have to play out. At some point, I will lose, 5 trades in a row. We need to see this reoffer here, just like before. We got our rejection of our 45 to 50, no change. This needs to step below again, or it's going to just be another failure. Same thing with ES here and NQ, right? Just back to our POC lows. I need to see a very clear sustained hold below this if we're going to do it. Sorry, a little rant, but I mean, it's a necessary conversation that you have to have. And it sucks that you have to experience it. It sucks that you have to go through it. But like now that you've gone through it, right, you need to do something about it. It's great that you're willing to talk about it, but if you don't make and actively change your behavior and your patterns, right, you will repeat them. It's just life. It's just human nature, right? Like you have to actively want to change and then do something about it, or it will continue to happen over and over and over and over again. You're so scared to make money, Ben, right? Like you take profits and then you run, but on a day like that where your ego gets involved and you're trading 20 when you were scared to trade 2 on the winning side, right? And now you're trading 20 on the losing side. That's crazy. And you know it's crazy, right? So you need to have some sort of reminder or some sort of system in place that to prevent you, because clearly when things go bad, they go really bad for you. So you need to have some sort of safety guard in place. I mean, how long did it take for us to talk you into trading 3 micros or even more than 1? No, you won't care. Again, you can't care. It's a different part of your brain. The rational part of your brain is not functioning in that moment. Again, you don't build systems for your best days. You build systems for your worst days. It is the thing that you need to remember. It's the only way this works. You will never find a prop firm. I mean, well, there is a max amount of contract size that each account level will let you trade, but they're not going to let you limit it, because that's how they make their money from you blowing up, is over trading and having too much leverage. Prop firms always give you more leverage than you can actually handle. That's how they make their money, is by just allowing you to destroy yourself. So you have to just use the lockout rules that Tradeify gives you. Are you using your own custom TradingView Pine scripts? If so, are they published somewhere? Yeah, they're on if you search TFC, or sorry, the Financial Cloud, they show up there. Fine. This right here. The Financial Cloud. You can't do the max contracts. That's just how they get you. It sucks. But you just have to be reasonable. Again, I think the best thing that you can do for yourself is just literally set yourself up with my drawdown for today is what my profits. You have to remember your rules, right? Like, going into your drawdown after having winning days is like the way that you screw yourself over more than anything. It's better to make $10 in a day than go down and be negative, because you're going into your drawdown. You're either trailing or end of day. It's much better to have a break-even day and then just reevaluate tomorrow and then go into that drawdown. It's the only thing that matters. So if you can either lock yourself out so that you maintain to be net positive after you've had a couple winning trades, it just is what it is, right? Some days you're not gonna make money. It's okay. But what matters is that you get to that first payout. That's all that matters. $150 a day, get that first payout, and then have the ability to then start to buy more accounts, so that you have that safety net, and then you can start to trade copy and build out laterally, right? That's the most important thing. And then you make $150 off of 4 or 5 accounts, and then you're fucking cooking. All you need to do is get that first payout. That's your only task. Nothing else matters.
Sorry, I'm not really taking anything. It's just chop, right? So there's not really much for me to do here. It's the same pivots, same range, same everything. It just is what it is. It's just 12 to 2, right? So I'm only here because we were having that conversation. I haven't taken anything. 36 to 39, still holding on ES, no ability to push below. Once we were actually able to sustain below, we have a lot of room down, but it's just a range trade until we can actually shift. It just is what it is. We already knew this. This is why I wanted to leave at 12, because I knew this was going to be what it was. But I don't know. I mean, I'll hang out if you guys have more things you want to talk about, but until we get out of this area, I probably won't be actively trading. There's just no point. It's not worth it. You can see on our weekly time frame, on our higher time frame chart, we have quite the gap that we can fill here if this breaks. Right? This is why this area is so important, is that we're rejecting our POC here off of this node. And downside wise, if we hold this, we can fill this LVN down to 500 today easily to fill this gap. So it's a really important area for buyers to try to defend and get us back over 60. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. I mean, this looks like it wants to break down. We'll see what they do here, but they're desperately trying to defend, right, this edge. This is that 36 that we keep talking about, that low. You can see that's here. But if we fail here, right, we're going to rotate down to this area. It just is what it is to fix that poor structure. But we have to get below first, or it's just going to be chop, 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 chop. Again, we're just trading between this until we can show acceptance below. Just remember that Russell VWAP is where we lose momentum until we sustain above and hold. We're just going to continue to rotate between day open and VWAP until they actually establish an edge either below day open or above VWAP as supportive. We will continue to lose momentum into that, and that will lead to another leg down on NQ and ES. Pivots continue to maintain on ES. I told you, yeah, no, they removed it on prop so that you kill yourself. They're not going to get rid of that. That's how they make their money.
News citing an informed source that they say the spending of blocked funds for grain purchases is not true.
They know that you are going to inevitably not follow the rules and you're going to blow up on a bad day. Right? Again, like the systems that you do have at your disposal are
Also, the informed source, speaking to TASM, says it seems that the US side is spreading such news to overshadow the issuance of tax exemptions for the sale of oil and its derivatives.
a manual lockout, right? And a trailing lockout off of a target target amount of money that you want to make or lose on a day. Those are the systems that you have at your disposal, as well as just putting a note on your desk that's right in front of your face that you can't avoid as a accountability measure. Trading's tough, man, because it's like you're a alcoholic, right? And you've been sober, but that one drink, right, is that relapse. And then all of a sudden you start to spiral, and you have to stay within those rules. You have to stay within that mindset, that sober mindset always. And when you catch yourself slipping, right, what do you need to do? Well, you have to go and you have to follow your system to calm yourself down. You have to step away, right? You have to get out of that situation, because if you know that if you stay in that situation, you're gonna spiral, you're gonna relapse. You have to think about it in that same sort of way, because it's the same part of the brain where you don't have control. You're not rational, man. So when you start to feel it, right, while you still are rational, you have to be able to catch yourself and have systems in place that help prevent you from being from going too far. Because as soon as you start to spiral, it's GG, right? It's over. You can't do anything once you're in that situation. It's all about figuring out what your ticks are, right? And being able to get yourself out of that situation before it gets too bad. Just like if you were an alcoholic or a drug addict. You can't relapse. You have to do everything in your power to get away from that situation. Self-control, accountability, right? These are the things that matter. Right? The casino wants you to stay in all day. The market wants you to stay here all day. Your job is to be able to make some money, cash out, and go live your life before you give it all back. They want you to be here. As soon as you start to tell yourself I can stay for a bit longer. I could make another $100 would be nice. And that day, negative, 90% of the time. Yeah, I had a really good morning. I made $300 in the first 30 minutes. I should stay. I should add some size. That's it. They got you. Again, these are the things that you're only going to be able to realize if you journal. And I don't want you don't have to do an insane big journal, but what you have to do is you have to go over the days where you fucking suck. And you have to actually be critical and start to be where are my losses coming from? I don't care about your winning days. I really don't. I care about how you're interacting on your losing days and trying to create strategies to help prevent that. That's all that matters, man. I promise you, as soon as you realize that you need to stop chasing indicators, stop chasing edge, that you have what you need already, and you start to just actually improve your mental and again, improve your strategies to cope, that's when you start to win. You have to analyze your losers, because it's the only way you're going to realize what you can cut out to make your system better. And people don't want to hear that. But again, you can have a month of winning that goes away in a single day where you spiral. Oh yeah, no, I mean like it just is what it is, right? Like that's
Israel's Defense Minister Katz to Israel's Channel 12 says the commanders and fighters of IDF have full backing of Netanyahu and from me and IDF leadership, and full freedom of action to act decisively against any threat in southern Lebanon. It also includes in Gaza, in the Gaza Strip, and anywhere is required to defend Israel.
AI has been helpful. I think AI can be good, but I think it's a bit too nice a lot of the times as a reflecting tool. It's a bit of a yes man, so you have to be careful. I think Claude is a bit better if you wanted to use an AI, because Claude will be a bit more honest with you, but even that is still a bit of a yes man. But it's probably the least yes man that I've seen. You have to be like, you have to like actually put in the prompt like, am I an idiot? Yeah, it says, yep, it checks out. Yeah. Full rotation here on ES, just to our top of range. Russell trying to bid above view up again. We'll see if they hold on this attempt or if it'll be another failure. Just a full oscillation. Same thing with NQ. Everything just oscillating. I think what AI can be very useful for, and this is where I think it's actually helpful, is you tell Claude, you say, this is what I'm struggling with, right? Like this is, you be very honest with it from the get-go, and you say, I struggle in these situations. Help me.
US to release 500,000 barrels of crude oil from SPR to Vittel.
Help me create systems that I will actually follow in moments of weakness, right? Where I'm not being rational, where I'm not being responsible, where I can't hold myself accountable. Help me create strategies to, catch myself in those moments of weakness before it gets too bad, or help me create strategies where I can step away without blowing everything up, right? Like help me figure out some strategies, ask me some questions, and expand on that and afterwards, right? Like after it does a general synopsis of that, right? It gives you a summary and a response. Be like, okay, well, expand on that idea. What do you think would actually be helpful? What's helped other people, and then go from there. I think that something like that could be really good because it'll know you a bit better, and you've already like broken down what your struggles are, and then it can help build from there. But again, like it's just really hard because like Claude will just make random shit up if you just give it data and you're like, analyze this data. And it'll be like, sure, I'll analyze it. I'll make it sound good. Like your prompt is really going to matter there, where you're like, help me with this thing. This is what I struggle with.
Trump on True Social said that everybody is fully aware that Iran will agree to have major weapons inspections in order to ensure nuclear honesty long into the future. Again,
What?
Trump True Social, Iran will agree to have major weapons inspections.
Okay. Let's see if we can get over this 600, 630 here. This is still liquid, pretty clearly supply. I want to see this Russell hold. This might be our actual breach out of here if we can sustain off of that news. If not, then it's just going to be clear absorption and then no change. They're still willing to just take into this 46 to 50, 51. We need to flip this. Same thing with our like 610, 630 on NQ. Watching Russell starting to hold above VWAP though, that's our, if we're going to do anything new, that's the change, right? Either this fails and then we oscillate back through our range, or we sustain here and break out of our balance at our highs. So far, we're just into absorption. New 15. You want an alert every 15 minutes? 10 seconds, by the way, for new 15s. See what we do here into 590, 610 on NQ. I do want to automate quite a bit. I want to be able to not be here. Like, just being honest. I want to not be here some days. So I want to like make sure that the things that I talk about are in place so that everything is like fully automated and ready to go. Some days like I'm done trading in the first 30 minutes and I'm just like, all right, later. Yeah, maybe it could be like a chat reminder where it would say in chat like 15 minutes. Every 15 it would say something. So it's not spammy. I mean, it's still going to be spammy at in Globex for sure because no one's going to be talking. I don't know. It's separate channel. I don't know if people are going to want to look at that, but maybe like every 15 minutes it would pop up here, like new 15 about to open or something. I don't know. Like we have the Euro close. If it's just one message, I don't think that's bad. But I think as soon as you try to separate channels, the Discord gets too messy because everyone's in different channels and they don't know like what is being responded to. I hate separate channels. I don't personally. I like everything in one place, but it's also because I'm like insanely ADHD. Everything has to be in front of my face or it doesn't exist. I don't know if other people are like that. But I personally can't manage multiple channels or even like be like if it's their alerts in other channels, like it's just GG's. It's either in one place or it's nowhere. So it has to be like the quality has to be very high in that one place that I look. Yeah, like 30 seconds or something. Yeah, I think that could be good. There is, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's a timer on TradingView, right, that tells you, but I don't know if that's clear. That's all I watch is just this timer right here where my mouse is. And you can get the same thing on Tradeify, just a timer that's built in. Maybe you need it a bit more apparent than right here. What if it was like right in front of price, the time going down? I could do that. Would that be helpful for you? So that it was like right in front of price at all times? A countdown? I mean, I can easily build that for you guys. That's easy. That would take like 5 seconds. Exactly what I said is going to play out. We're just sitting here for 2 hours from 12 to 2. There's nothing worse than trying to trade from 12 to 2. Like, I don't know how many times I got to tell you guys how much of a waste of life 12 to 2 is in the market. It is so not worth your time. Just fucking leave. 10 to 12, man. Just leave. It's never worth it. I swear to God, it's never worth it. I don't care. I don't care if it happens without me. Just just leave. Holy. The market is so ass from 12 to 2, man. Oh. Just leave. Oh, I found a new Streamio plugin for World Cup games. Full rotation here off of our 600 absorption and our 45 absorption, rotation down. Just full range rotation here. No change. Failure to establish above VWAP again. Just a value rotation. You can see that we absorbed into our highs. It was another failure. It's just the same trade again, right? Rotation down following our pathing. Another failure to establish above our absorption highs. No change. It sucks, but it is what it is. It's to be expected. Any resources you can recommend that I can read up on to get me up to speed? You mean just with like the system, with like what, like how the words that I'm saying, like what exactly are you looking for, Jess? It's hard for me to know without understanding where you're at personally. Were you like a ICT trader? Were you a like what was your system before? Were you a candle-based trader? Do you know anything about like the volume profile? Do you know anything about order flow? Do you know anything about auction market? Depending on what your answer is, depends on the material I can give you. You know, 0? Okay. Wow. Yes, I have lots of reading material for you. If you're actually interested, join the Discord and I will link you some books, some PDFs, so that you get them for free. Just tag me in the general chat once you join the Discord, and then I'll link you so I know it's you. But honestly, like I'm gonna recommend you these books, and then I would just tune in for the stream. You have any questions, just ask me and I'll answer them when I have time. That's the best way to learn. Yeah. All right, let's see if they actually reoffer this or if it's going to be another fail. Full rotation of our range here. Russell back to our lows, off of another failure at our highs. ES at our main pivot, NQ at our main pivot, watching to see if we can get below this 36 or if this is still desirable. So far, no interest below, right? It's the same garbage. Surely this is the attempt that actually breaks us down, right? Honestly, I mean, this does look like a decent attempt. If we can offer 60 to 70 here on NQ, I'd actually be potentially interested. I'm watching 60 to 70. We have a decent amount of trap buyers up into these highs on this attempt, so I think that if we were going to do it, we watch to see if it happens here. Same thing on ES with these highs. If they fail this, then it's like, it's so not worth it until 2. Like if they were going to justify a breakdown, it would happen on this rotation. Watching NQ 60 to 70. Yeah, either we get like a very clear lower offer here and then sweep down, taking 30s, or we do a full rotation back up, right? Like there's either balance doesn't shift or we clearly hold lows. We need to see desire here below this 50 to 70. Like it is so important that we hold lows and show this offer willing to take down below this value. If there's no shift, oh, I just realized this is so off. If there's no shift below, there's nothing to, I need to delete these. This is getting a little too crazy. Look at our footprint here. Look at where our value low is. Look at where this low was, right? We're still maintaining this guy here at our 30. What we need to see is this seller here step down, right? This is the most important thing if we're going to do something new. Is this buyer who's trying here going to get stuffed into this? That's the only way that this shifts at this point. Because if not, off of this low, if we don't trap here and then rotate back down and then get below this, we will do a full rotation back up to these highs. It just is what it is. So we watch as we push into the 60 to 70 to see if we can get this shift, because if not, then these buyers are just going to establish themselves again. Let's see what they do here. Yeah, man, anytime. Yeah, it's literally, yes, it is perfectly sideways. Yep. They're trying to take in size here at 4150 so far on ES. Again, just pushing into our 60 to 70. We're watching to see if they absorb, and then if we can rotate below 30s, or if it's going to just be another full oscillation back up. We have shown no interest below our main buyer here at our lows, and until we do, it's going to be very hard to do anything new. Again, we've continued to fail to establish anything below this participant here. Let me show that. We're watching to see if someone will step up here into 60 to 70 for the lower offer, or we will do a full rotation back up. Got to see something new. Are they going to defend the mid, right? Or are they just going to do the full rotation? And you can easily put a fixed range. You can see that the POCs are into that high. We can see where that low is. We want to see if we'll defend here or not. ES continues to fail at 36. That continues to be no change. Just rotations of our range. Mm. Dude, where's the this Discord has way too many channels, man. Full rotation here on NQ and ES from our lows. Full balance rotations, again, failure to establish. Just rotation back up. No change. Indoor absorption here into 90 to 610. I don't think that we're going to get a viable short until we see this hold offer. Like I said before, like you need to see a very clear lower offer step in. And if we don't see this, it will just continue to rotate the balance. Like unless you see something new, there's no reason to think anything changes. I can't stress that enough. All you're looking for is a look in here, a lower high, and then a rotation through value until something new happens. From this, we would then be looking for a reoffer, and then a rotation to our mid, and then a failure to establish a full range rotation, right? The offer stepping down, or a good way to look at it is just lower highs in a channel, right? Sell side clearly lowering the offer, and then willing to step down. Until we see that lower offer move, right, from this high to this, and then establish below, there's no reason to be expecting anything new. It just doesn't logically make sense. So if they're not willing to take here and defend this, then just expect that we rotate up, right? Like that's, it's what we talk about all the time about like having a catalyst, right? We know that there's someone taking in size up here. So we can now look for that bearish move to the downside. But we need to then see that follow through if we're going to get the actual breakdown. If we don't see the follow through here and the establishment of like the rotation down, then why are we expecting something different to happen? Right? We have to be rational. So let's watch to see what they do here again into our highs. Where's just like general chat? Did I like lost it? Later, visionary. This is the only trade that matters until proven otherwise. Look into our low, higher low establishes back into our range, rotation through the range. Failure to look above our, sorry, a look above our range high, right? Our value high. Failure, lower high, rotation through our range. These are the two trades that are viable until proven otherwise. Right? That's it. They're trying to push above. We look for that absorption. We look for that lower high, rotation through. We will go into our lower pivot. We look for that higher low. We trade above. All you're watching is how do we interact into this lower edge, and do we make a higher low or a lower high? And then we look for the rotation through. Right? That's just balance. Until we can establish and hold above this value high or below this value low, there's nothing else we can do.
According to CBS, Trump is expected to meet with defense contractors on Wednesday. Google Interactions API reaches general availability.
There's our Ty, I watched such a good video on YouTube about Spotify, but it's like 45 minutes. But it's probably nothing new to you, but damn, was it good. This is just talking about how Spotify is like the actual devil and what they're doing with AI music and how they manipulate playlists and whatnot. It's very good, but it's I thought it was really interesting. I'm sure you have a lot of personal experience with it. Full rotation here on ES, just back down to our pivot. NQ lagging quite a bit, has quite a bit of range that it can follow through if we can get below this 90 and hold. Full rotation with our pathing though here on ES, just back down to our low balance. See if we can get the same full rotation on NQ or if they'll hold the mid. TLDR, Spotify owns a major share of one of the biggest AI music producers on the platform. And the way that Spotify revenue share works is it's not actually, you don't get paid per stream. There's a total pool of revenue that's generated. And it's based off of, you get a share of the revenue based off of how many streams you get, right? So if you're Taylor Swift and you a total of all streams on the platform, is 5%, you get 5% of the revenue for that period. It's not a per stream listen. So if they can flood the platform with AI music that they own and put it in playlists that they own and they can promote, and they can put AI songs in the discovery section that play much more frequently, they're taking more and more of the total percentage share, so they can pay out artists less money because they're getting more streams of music that they own directly. So then the total percentage of the pie that real artists can actually obtain becomes less and less. Yeah. And because there are so many people who use Spotify for like sleeping playlists or like work playlists where it's like 8 hours to 12 hours of nonstop play of background music, there's a strong likelihood that you don't actually care what song's playing, right? It just needs to be decent enough. It doesn't have to be great, but it's now you're playing it 100 times more than your favorite artists, right? Because it's background music comparatively. So you might like an album a lot from, Taylor Swift. You'll play it maybe 3 times that month, the full album. Whereas with these AI songs or like a sleep playlist or one of these like meditative playlists or work playlists that's lo-fi, right? You're playing that for 8 hours of your day. That's way more streaming comparatively. So they're taking a huge chunk of the overall pie.
JD Vance on Iran says, feel great about progress we've made.
Into our 36 low here on ES. This has been our pivot. This should be your first
Vance
risk
says,
off
set up
on
mechanism
NQ
to
and
make sure
ES.
Hormuz stays open. And Vance says, saw about 15 million barrels of oil come out of Hormuz.
Watch to see if we get any more here, boys, or if this is going to be our bounce point. ES at our low of range, NQ at our mid of range. I'd love to see NQ go to 30s, but I understand that 60s are a potential bounce point. So you want to take off your first risk here if you're playing off of 90 to 610. And
Vance on the
look for
ceasefire
full
sale, feel
rotation.
good about that.
If you're playing off of 90 to 610, right, this is still a $500 trade. It's a full rotation will be a $1,000 trade. But take off your first risk. Like I said, it's the mid, and ES has bounced here at 36 every single time, right? We've continued to fail over and over and over again to get below this and establish. So always take your liquidity setup, right? Always take off into your known liquidity, especially in balance, until we actually see an interest outside of balance, or you have potential to give back all profits that you just made. Yeah, they talk about that in that video as well. It's really interesting how there's two things, right? They pay artists to create songs.
And Vance
under
says, continue to make
pseudonyms,
progress on technical
or they-
talks. Vance says, Iranians allow inspectors in for the first time in a while. And Vance rather saying that we'll have to keep working on it. And that's when he's talking about
before
Iran talks.
shut up. Before AI was prevalent, they would pay artists to create random songs under pseudonyms that they owned to eat up the share, and then they would promote those in playlists. Right, so that again, more of the overall share would go to Spotify, so they wouldn't have to pay anyone out. But now with AI, they're doing the same thing, right? Where they own the AI artists, and they're letting them flood, and you can actually see how unnatural there's a API that lets you connect and see like how streams and how many songs have been entered into a playlist, right? So like all the analytics are there if you actually care, and you can see like what a natural progression looks like of plays.
Vance says Iran money won't be unfrozen without progress. So just a reminder, Vance is currently speaking to reporters.
And then you can see like how manipulated it is, because you can see the graph. Let me see if I can actually find it, but it's insane, like how clearly manipulated these graphs are. Let me see if I can find it. Incredibly interesting video though.
And that concludes Vance's remarks to reporters.
Immediate bid off our 36, rotation back up, watch our 40 to see if that holds now for the higher low, just like on the last attempt, for rotations up. If sell side is going to shift, right, it will be at our mid of our range here at this 40-42 as our rejection point. If they don't fail here, we will do a full rotation back up, right? Like it just is what it is. Watching our 90 here on NQ for a potential lower high, 90 to 610 is still your offer. They need to hold this and then rotate it down if we're going to do the full rotation back down to 530. Watching Russell into VWAP for a potential rejection. Again, we have continued to fail to push below our 36 on ES. No, I mean it's true. I mean you're at such a disadvantage unless you know someone who's gonna like promote you, right? Like that's just artificial reach is just insane. You basically have to like go viral to make it these days. Yeah, no, exactly. Right, like the only reason someone promotes you is because you already have a brand, right? It's the same thing with like even music labels now. Like before, the label's job was to like promote you and put you in front of an audience, but now like you're not even, they don't even care about you unless you already have like a TikTok presence, right? Unless you already have a social media presence. Like you already have to have an established audience that will buy a record for them to even care about you, which is crazy because it's like, what's the point of a record label if they're not even going to do that?
President of Iran says Turkey discuss Iran-US memorandum of understanding in a call. This is according to ISNA. So that's President of Iran and President of Turkey discuss Iran-US MOU in a call. And that's according to ISNA.
Anyone do anything fun for Father's Day yesterday? Any fathers in the chat? Jesus Christ. Well. How'd you like Disclosure Day? Yeah, I heard that, I mean, it seems like a lot of people weren't incredibly happy with it. It's an alien movie, right? Yeah. This is your first risk off on ES. If you're playing the failure at 36 in the high or low, based off our pathing, same rotation, same everything, same balance. First risk off is into this 45 to 50 area. Until we can flip it, it's the top of your balance. Just is what it is. Same rotation, same everything. Watch as we push into 610, 630 on NQ. This has been the same area where we've rejected. And then you look for the offer to step down below 590. This is where they've taken in every time. If we're going to do something new, it'll be over the 630 on NQ. Again, ES is in the top of our balance, same rotation, same everything. Same inability to look below our 36. This is our look below and fail area, right? That's why it's labeled as this. It has continued to hold true for the last 2 hours. And until we can get above this 50, I just don't believe in the move. Russell into our view up. Again, pushing into our 630 here on NQ, we look to see if they'll absorb. And if we then rotate back below, or if we can hold and then...
So seeing a bit further more information
new.
from this Trump headline we did see earlier about Trump meeting munitions people next soon, and saying here from the Wall Street Journal, Trump summons munition makers and seeks production boost. So again, coming from the Wall Street Journal, Trump summons munition makers and seeks production boost. We have put the article out on the feed for those interested.
Again, every attempt so far on ES has resulted in this rebid here at 43, which is just POC. And then we've gotten a push up into previous day value here into 48 to 50. Just watch to see as we interact into there. Again, for any sort of short, you need to see a look outside of value. Do you see this blue line here? This is our value, right? We want to see trapped liquidity, and then we want to see a lower high back below this 45 for a continuation down. It's been the same thing over and over and over again, right? We look outside of value, we fail, and then we rotate through value, which is this blue to blue. So every time that we fail, right, at these lows, we see trapped sellers, right? We then get back above, we do the rotation up. We've got trapped buyers into these highs, right? So we'll watch to see how we interact here as we push up. Do we hold and then reoffer for this rotation back through, just like we have drawn? Or do we hold this edge and then rotate up, right? That's the same. It's the same thing every time. The only person that is making you not make money in this balance is you. It is the same rotation. It is the same play over and over and over again. Just wait for that look here, right? Into these highs with that failure to establish above value, and then look for that offer to step down. That's all you look for. It's just the value rotation. If that doesn't happen, then we rotate up and then we look for the expansion. That's it. It's the same thing over and over again. So you can look to take off risk here again into these highs. It's the same trade. You can look to leave a runner. Understand that if we fail to establish above this value though, that we are more than likely going to rotate back down to this 36 to 38, just like every other attempt, right? So understand that you probably want to have some sort of stop because it's the same trade, same everything.
Just a bit further more info from this Wall Street Journal piece. Lockheed, RTX, Boeing, L3Harris are expected to meet with Trump. We have 1 minute and 15 seconds until new 15-minute candles. We've done the exact same thing that we've done on every rotation, which is fail to establish outside of value. We're watching to see if we open below POC of our current candle for another rotation back down, or if this is going to be able to do something new. It's the same thing that's happened every rotation so far, right? It's just, it is what it is. Super microcomputer share extend intraday gain to 19%.
New 15 minutes. Let's watch our reoffer into this 45 to 48 on ES. See if we can hold for this push down. Back down to our lows. Or if we're going to be able to sustain POC at our mid and then do something new. We'd need to show very clear interest over 50s if we were going to break the current pattern. That's your first risk off there on ES, full range rotation off of our failure at 45s, following our pathing just like before. Take your first risk off. It is the area of liquidity, right? This is the guaranteed exit. If we are going to break, we watch for the look into 36, which is our secondary target, and we look for that to flip. Until we see that 36 to 38 flip, there is no reason to be looking for more. Every single attempt has failed, right? So take off your first risk here for a free trade from our 45s for our rotation down. It's the same thing over and over again, right? Failure at our edge, rotation through value. I hope that's clicking with you guys. I don't know why else you'd be here if you're not willing to trade those edges. That's all we got. As soon as you learn to accept, playing the liquidity that's being offered, right? The auction that's currently being offered, the better off you are, right? It can be some really nice points if you're willing to just play that as your trade, right? That lower high from the look inside our zone, the higher low, we're looking inside our zone, that becomes our risk, and it's just the rotation down. Nothing crazy. But what is good about it is it's highly likely, right? That's the thing that we care about. We don't need a ton of points. We don't need crazy RR if the trade is highly probable to play out. What? All right, we're back to our edge here on ES. Just like every other attempt, we will watch to see if liquidity will fail to sustain above, right? Just like on all these other attempts, and then that is led to rotations through. We'll see if the same logic continues to apply, or if we'll actually be able to look above this 48 to 51 and do something new, right? If we continue to fail, then we'll look for that rotation back below 45s for our rotation back down to 38 to 36. This is where they've absorbed over and over and over again. We look for this look in, we look for that lower high, we look for the rotation through. If this is going to do something new, we will look above, we will sustain this pivot, and then we will continue up, right? Look at your 15-minute. You can see this is where we've trapped every attempt that has led to a rotation down. Just like at the lows, we've trapped below that 36 and then rotated up, right? So just look for the same fucking thing. Until something shifts, we look for the same thing. Nothing crazy. Either price holds value high and we expand, or value high, price fails to look outside of value, right? Fails to establish outside of value, and then we will rotate our known auction. Two options. We wait for the outcome. holding our 48 so far, looking above. Let's see if they can sustain it. See if we get the flip. No look back below 45s equals no short. We look to see if absorption holds. We look for the rotation through. We play the lower high. I hate that this moved everything because of price adapting. That's so annoying, man. Are you kidding me? Okay, well. All my drawings screwed up. Just watch our edge here. See if we can sustain above. We can look for 58.60 if that's true. If this fails to hold, we look for the look back below. And then we play the reoffer for rotations back down to 38 to 36. It just is what it is. This is NQ into our highs, 60 to 80. Watching our edge. Yeah. We're just holding the value here. We failed to shift and we're rotating up to this value high. So we just had it as a pivot here into this low. This is where liquidity was. All I'm watching here, this zone in the middle, is just, are we holding above or below it? If we're holding above, we rotate up to this high. If we're holding below it, we'll rotate down to this low. That's all. It's just a mid pivot. Right, so again, it's not about looking into the edge, it's about the secondary test, just like on ES. So what we're watching for is this sustaining as supportive, then we rotate up to this high. If this is looking below and then holding, I'm looking for that low. That's all. Right, we have two like known auctions. This upper one here, and then this lower one here. Every attempt that we've looked into it from this side has resulted in rotations down. Every sustain has been rotations up. So I just watch to see our interactions here. If we hit our head on it from the other side, right, then I'll play it down. That's all. Nothing crazy. When we're chopping like this, I don't even think it's worth playing NQ. It's just like ES is such a easy trade. Why waste your time on something that's just like NQ's sole purpose in this kind of market when we're just like balanced is to stop you out as many times as possible. It's like, why give them the opportunity? NQ is great in trend or like very quick balance where our edges are very clear. But like this is just gross. Whereas like ES, our edges are incredibly defined and our risk is incredibly defined. So it's a much better vehicle to be trading right now in this slow market. In my opinion, at least. I think that NQ's literal sole job right now is to stop you out as many times as possible. Right? It's just they're creating liquidity. You are the liquidity. Retail is the liquidity, looking for breaks, right? Looking for continuation instead of just playing the balance. I feel like that's usually what 12 to 2 is. It's just like, how can I screw over everyone as much as possible? How can I ruin as many people's days? That is midday. It's just like, let's give back all of the gains that you potentially made in the morning as in the most painful trading that makes you want to die. You see, this is like the same absorption as before on NQ, just no interest above. Now rotating. All we've done is stop out everyone here on ES, take in size, and then rotate back down to 45. Now we'll watch to see if we get back under. Russell's come to its pivot. NQ back into our zone off of the same failure. Same trap buyers as before. Now we watch for very clear, strong reactions if there's going to be any sort of shift. Failure to shift here just results in another rotation, but with a much cleaner trap from a higher position. Let's see if they do anything new. It's got to be like a very clear desire here from across the market. Or we'll, again, just rotate. Minute and 40 seconds until new 15s. Buyer's sole job is to try to hold us in this above 45s and get us back above 51s into the end of this candle. Seller's sole job is to try to push us below this 45 and hold us into new 15s, keeping this liquidity offsides, right? That's their sole purpose, is sellers want to maintain this liquidity outside of value, right? This liquidity here, this liquidity here. That's their sole job into the new candles. Whereas buyers want to maintain this liquidity offside down here. Right? That's their sole job, is to make sure that this liquidity maintains out of our value. Right? Because that's something that's reactionary. If we can hold here, then we're looking for a pop back over, and then we can look for that sustain. Failure here is looks like this. This liquidity is off. Oh, wrong tool. This liquidity is offsides. We've rotated down, and then we re-offer this 10 and then rotate, right? That's sell side holding this value as resistance. So the new 15s would open here and then reject. That's their sole purpose. So we watch to see who's going to win this out. This side or this side? Remember, sellers want us desperately to reject here, get below, rotate. Buyers want us to hold here, get above, rotate up that. Same thing on ES.
NYMEX WTI crude July futures settle at $74.82 a barrel, down $1.78 or 2.32%. NYMEX gasoline July futures settle at $2.98 a gallon. NYMEX diesel July futures settle at $3.09 a gallon. And finally, NYMEX natural gas July futures settle at $3.25.
All right. If you can imagine that, it's another rotation. Move your stops down, take some profit as we push back down on ES off of that failure. It is what it is, boys. It is what it is. You just look for them to be trapped into highs, and then you look for the reoffer, and that's that. It is what it is. There's your target. Into our lows, 38 to 36. See if NQ can reject this 90. That would be amazing for continuation down potential here for a rotation spec down to 540. If we can hold this, we want to see this 590 to 610 hold offer on retest here if we're going to go down, just like on these attempts, right? We want to see this look in and then failure and then rotation, look in, failure, rotation, look in, failure, rotation. If this is going to hold, I'd like to see a look in, failure, rotation, right? We'll see what they do here. But ES full rotation through. Watching Russell here at our structural retest. Where was your trigger for ES? As soon as we trapped liquidity over 50s. Where we circled this participant who's offsides, and then this participant who's offsides right below that, failure to sustain.
Brent crude futures settle at $77.90 a barrel, down $2.67 or free spot 31%.
So pretty much around 1433, yeah, 230. When we looked above and failed, and then it's just this lower high. But I mean, again, your trigger can either be here at your 45s if you're unwilling to put risk on, or you just play off of the value to high. It just depends on what you're comfortable with, right? It's up to you. But it's all we're looking for is the same strategy, which is failure to sustain outside of our value, understanding that we're in a balanced market and looking for a reversion to the other side, right? So as long as you see a participant who is very clearly stuck outside of value, that's all we're watching for. Your trigger can either be the first lower high that we put in once we see that established buyer outside of value, or it can be just the reentry at our 45s to 48s here. This is a perfectly fine trade. It doesn't, like, again, like nothing is shifted. There's no shift that's occurred. So there's nothing that needs to be adjusted. There's nothing that changes. It's balance, right? We have shown no desire to trade outside of value with any sort of interest, right? We saw the same thing on NQ. It's the same everything. It's just a failure to do anything new. You don't, again, like some people absolutely hate trading balance. I find it objectively very clear. And so I don't mind it because our probabilities and our risks are very defined. There's no hopium there, right? Like either we're rotating through our auction or we're going to expand and I lose, right? So as long as that's kind of like the mentality, there's nothing really to to do other than just look for that offside participant and then play the lower high as your risk. But again, yeah, like I don't, again, like this then becomes your risk as soon as you see the rotation down. And then your first target would be 45s for this trade. And then your secondary would be rotations down into our lows, right? And then you have the opportunity to add here on the break below. And then this would be your same risk. And you'd just be looking for a rotation down, right? So you'd have two opportunities to add here. This is your next PT here. Here, this is what that looks like, just so you have a visual aid, Mabasa. This is the ES idea that I just went over. I'm deleting all of this so that I can show you this. Do you see where we have this guy's outside of our value? Where do I look to initiate? What did we just talk about? Do you see how I don't play the look in? I'm watching for the reoffer, and then I see that there's buyers getting absorbed here. Yeah, right? And then I'm playing this down. And then we're taking our first profits here, right? Into our 45s, like we talked about. And then I'm watching to see if we then hold our 48s. And then what am I looking for? A push down. So I take another buy here. So I'm risking off. But do you see how I added here? It might be too hard to actually see. Do you see how there's an add here? So I've scaled out of my initial position from up into our highs. I now am playing this and adding here on the way down once we rejected here for the continuation, and then taking off risk into these lows. Right? So I played both, just like we just talked about. And then I've left a runner for the breakdown because we have an offside buyer. So it's just playing the lower high or playing the reoffer here, and then taking profits at known levels that are objective. And now we watch to see if we can actually flip and sustain below 36 to 38, or if this is going to be another failure that results in another buy side rotation on a look back above. Right? And what does that look like for a failed sell below? Well, successful sell will hold this, right? A failure to sell and sustain will look like this. Right? And that's what we'll be looking to play. Just like we looked for a failure at our highs, we'll look to see if this failure results in a rotation down with the trap below, or if we can actually sustain this pivot where these buyers have shown quite a bit of interest. right? It doesn't have to be very complicated. It just is this, are you willing, do you see a catalyst, right? That's the only thing that we ever talk about. Do you see a real catalyst that is playable? We're not just looking at price action, we're looking for someone to be offsides, and we're looking for them to then rotate through our known auction, which is from here to here, right? This is where participants are willing to buy, these are where participants are willing to sell. And until we see buyers step over these sellers and sustain these highs, telling us that we want to go up, we look for them to get trapped, and then we look for the sellers to step back in to rotate us down. Nothing crazy. That's just balance, right? Now we have a very objective secondary sell where it's like, can we sustain here? Does this fail to hold? Can we see something new at this edge? Just like we want to see something new at this high. Can we see something new here at this low? If we fail, right? Like these guys will just be trapped. And then we'll look for that secondary buyer to step in and then rotate us up. Life is a lot simpler when you stop looking for the knife catches and you just look for offside liquidity, and then you play the secondary moves. And then you just play for the rotation of balance, right? The rotation to the other side of liquidity. Right? All we're looking for is high probability setups, not for the craziest amount of points. We're just looking for, can it sustain above or below? And what happens if it fails, right? And how do we look to see if there's someone trapped? Well, we just look at our footprint, right? That's easy. And what did we do on our NQ, right? We're holding our 590 to 610. We're rotating through our value, which is causing this weakness on ES and RTY, right? We're just getting that secondary, we're rotating, we're coming back down into these lows where we've seen this buyer show over and over and over and over again. But we have an understanding of what that rotation looks like when we start to fail at this high, right? It's that secondary move down, and now we're just rotating within this structure. We can see that on our footprint as well. And it's like just like this, we're going to be able to see if buy side gets trapped here or not. Or sorry, if sell side gets trapped here, we'll be able to see very clearly based off of footprint. You can see POC is the yellow, right? That's where the most volume's been traded. We want to see them sustain that and hold this, or these guys are going to be trapped down here, and then we'll look for this to be a supportive bid for that rotation up. Same thing on NQ. I just hit $1,000 on the NQ contract from 590 to 610 here. So I'm going to actually risk off this position, even though we're not at target, just because I like that $1,000 increment to take off. I only had one contract. And that looked like this for me, just so that we have context. Again, it's the same thing. Like nothing has changed. It's just incredibly slow. I only had one contract here on NQ. But just hold of our 590, 610, playing it down, never got stopped, nothing, just lower rotation once we saw there's a failure, right? There's one contract, playing off of this is our rejection, looking for that reoffer, already in the trade, play it down. Right, we already have our levels. We know what we want to do. See if we get this full rotation down to 530. That'd be great. New 15's just opened, holding POC so far. Still in my ES position. We're watching to see if we can continue to sustain. So far holding 36.38. That's huge. We have a target down here at 28 for this is our previous month value as well as our PVZ. Again, I've risked off 90% of my contracts. I've fully risked off NQ. I'm just in ES now. Because we have no clue if this is going to hold, but you know, it looks good so far. I think it's goes down as long as Russell doesn't find a bid, but where are we on Russell, right? We're at VWAP, so it's an important level to see if we're going to hold or not. I would imagine we either see a very clear reaction here that rotates us back up, or we'll flip this and then we'll rotate back down to 14. So it makes sense to find a reflexive bid here across the market, especially with NQ also into these lows, right? Watch to see if we find an offer here and what we get from that. Do we see something like this that then leads down? Some sort of liquidity into that as ES retests, or do we flip, hold, bounce? We'll see. But Russell is where we want it for that test to let us know. Let's see if they offer here at this 36 to 38, or if we flip and then bid. Russell getting that bid at VWAP, watching our halfway back to see if it offers or if we'll rotate. NQ found its bid, rotating back up to our 90, retesting. I have so far exited at the absolute low on NQ. Watching our retest now across the board. Do we flip after a failure here? We shall see. All right, I'm deleting our drawings again now that we have done those moves. Now let's watch and pay attention very carefully to see if we'll be able to find this bid back above. Super important. Watching our footprint candle to see if we trap or if we hold. Very clear to see where the buyers and sellers are located and what they're trying to accomplish on our footprint candle.
So according to the Wall Street Journal, fatal Tesla crash into Texas home now under federal safety investigation. The Tesla did dip a little bit off the back of this news. SpaceX shares extend loss to 13%, drop below first day's close.
He said first day's close or Thursday's close. $90 offer holding so far on NQ, rotating down with the rejection of our half-life back, retesting VWAP here on Russell. Failure to sustain above 38, back below 36 an offer, retesting lows. Trapped liquidity above on both NQ and ES on this candle. Into our 29 here on ES, I'm assuming. Sell side able to shift back below value, sweep, going into target now. 29 to 27 is what we're looking for. Watch to see if Russell can actually hold below VWAP here on retest. I expect a bit of a bid. Let me look to see if they'll continue this. NQ into our low pivot here, where the bid's been every time. So that's a full rotation. Until we get below 500 to 530, I don't think that there's legs on this. Just a balance rotation for right now. What a peaceful afternoon. I was able to like actually get some work done. Just like trade a couple balance rotations. Very very relaxing. Lord. RTY rejecting VWAP so far. Let's see if we get this last leg down. Lower high on ES if we can hold it. Very clear where that seller sits here. 33 to 35. They want us below this value here at 31 for that rotation to 27. 31 is where that bid sits. It's got to sweep it. Or we'll hold here. decent amount of trap sellers there into our lows at 31s with the retest and higher. We need to see a very clear bid back over 36, 38, and then look for the retest if this is going to do anything new. Or you're just battling between this participant and this participant, right? This guy here and this guy here. Until we flip and hold one of these guys. Nothing really to do other than trade around them. Either this holds or this holds. We're just looking for one of these higher lows to be taken and then reoffered. This is your bid. This is your offer. Step down, hold it. Trading in between until then. Right? This is what that looks like. Value to this candle high. Value to this candle low. Very clear to see where that liquidity rests. New 15s, flat open, POCs holding so far, in value of previous candle on both NQ and ES. No change in our idea. Take highs in bid or rotate through range. It's like Globex price action, man. Insane. I can't imagine anyone like actively trying to trade this and having a good time. No shift in anything that we talked about. Still just holding within the value of our previous candle, right? We have these offside sellers, we have these offside buyers above. We've failed to take out highs or lows. We are rotating through the range off of that failure. No change. Just pretty god awful rotation, but rotation. Same thing on NQ, just rotating 596.10, still holding, rotating down. Inside candles across the board. We would need to sweep 31s for anything new. We know that the bid rests there, right into that like 31, 32. We need to take out this high and then retest this 38s for upside. Or we'll just continue to chop here until some sort of like news volatility and end of day happens, would be my assumption. So really want to see this sweep off of this failure here. Something step in if it's going to change. If not, right, like pretty tame, choppy garbage market. But very clear pivots with absorption and highs so far. We just need, again, to sweep lows for anything new to happen or at any point news could step in and completely pop us out of this area because of how thin we are. I mean, NQ is trading like 2 contracts per price level right now. Like, it's fucked. So anyone with like any sort of size stepping in, if news happens, is going to like absolutely sweep through these prices until more volume's on. So just like be careful, you know, have stops if you're trying to trade this. Again, need to see a very clear sweep below 31 for any sort of continuation. It's just an inside candle. Need to see a very clear sweep above this high if we want to go up, and then we want to see a retest of 38s off of a take of 40. Just like we have drawn here. Or you're just stuck while we wait for that to happen. Later, say. This would be your first risk off. You played 36, 38 into your 31. Again, you need to see speed down here. You want to see them sweep through if we're going to do anything new. Or this will be where that bid sits, just like our pathing suggests. Needs to look below and hold, or that's where that liquidity is. Watching, see what we do here on NQ as well, into our lows. It's value low of our last 2 candles on the 15, which makes it, again, a really clear area where we need to be risking off until we can sweep below. Flat POCs as well for the last 45 minutes, right? New 15s opening now. Into our liquidity here on ES and NQ. Needs to sustain below if we're going to do anything new, or again, will just be a rotation. This would be your first risk off if you're playing 31 into 36, right? That's like the same thing. It's just what we talked about. It's just a rotation back up. Need to take out that high and then bid for this to have any real clarity, just like we would need to take out this low and then hold for clarity downside. This is just chop between this participant and this participant, just like we've already stated. Just a rotation, a very awful rotation between these two participants, right? So same thing as before, nothing new. Market's pretty awful when Russell just chops, as you can see. Back to our 31s from our 36 offer. It's got a sweep below for anything new, just like we talked about before. Well, this is where that bid will rest. Move stops down if you're in this trade off of 36 to 40. I mean, it's so slow, but this is our lows here. So we either take them out or we'll rotate back up. So just always trade off into known liquidity and watch to see if these guys up here continue to remain offsides. We are closing outside of value of the previous candle, so very clear reoffer look. Got POC sitting at 32 with value high at 34. Very clear risk there that we're trying to hold offer at if we're going to go down. Failure to sustain there is going to result in full rotation up. So we want to see a pretty solid bid there, or offer there into that liquidity if it's going to do anything new. Low has been taken on ES, right? Now watching to see if we get continuation based off of this liquidity here. Oh boy. You're in the last 10 minutes of the market here. MOC.
1 minute remaining for the market on close imbalance. Ten seconds. Market on close imbalance, S&P 500, buy side 1.2 billion, Nasdaq 100, buy side 577 million, Dow 30, sell side 308 million, Mag 7, buy side 189 million. Trump praises IBM CEO and IBM stock gains. So currently Trump's speaking at the White House. We'll see if we can find a video and put it on the feed for those interested.
Failure to go lower, sustained our lows, push back up, bit over our 38s, rotation of our range back up to our 45, 48 where absorption occurred. No change. Just a complete lack of anything, which resulted in rotations back through. Makes sense to me. Same absorption as before. I'd expect a retest of our 39, 36 area if we can't get over 45s here. And then you just look to see if it sustains. Russell able to hold VWAP equals no real move. NQ back above 30s. Watch for bid for rotation up to 80 into our first 30 minutes of Globex. That'd be my guess. I don't know. I think the afternoon was actually pretty easy. You just had to be patient, play levels. I don't know, man. I just was doing work while I had limits on. Just like pretty clear flip, invalidation, rotation up. I don't know. As long as you're like patient and you're willing to just like take, afternoon was okay. I mean, it's not the greatest trade in the world, but it's very clearly balanced. There's your retest here on 30s on NQ. I don't know. I think that most people should just stick to
So Iran's
trading
top
10 to
negotiator
12
tells State TV that the signing of the
Eastern.
release of $12 billion in frozen Iranian assets have been finalized in talks in Switzerland.
I just afternoons just are not great market conditions for scalping, in my opinion, for a lot of people. They're not patient enough. You're just going to get stopped out on edges. It's just not worth your time. Like, you want speed.
Trump on Iran says doing very well on the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is totally open. And again, doing very well on the Hormuz Strait.
See if we get a good retest here.
Trump and Iran, as we're negotiating, we'll see how it goes.
Negotiating what? Is the deal done or not? It's crazy.
Trump says the Iran war is, in its own way, working out very well. So we have found a live video. We have put it on the feed for those interested.
All right. Goodbye. Go walk my dog.